Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I've been asked by the Geological Society of Zimbabwe to come and talk to you with regards to the exploration opportunities and development projects in Zimbabwe. So welcome to Zimbabwe. So I'm going to talk on a variety of commodities, unlike other unlike other speakers who were so specific, on certain commodities. So the talk format is going to, I'm going to introduce you the geology of Zimbabwe and its mineral endowment, and I'll look at the Zimbabwe space with regards to the strategic elements, and I look at the overview of the mineral resources in Zimbabwe, and then I target a few selected elements. And then I'll look at the exploration finds, and then we conclude our talk. So 60% of Zimbabwe is made up of the classic granitoid greenstone terrain, which forms the Zimbabwe craton. And this craton was assembled over 1 billion years from 3.6 to 2.6, but we have got the evidence from some structural sequence that it could go as far back as 3.8 GA. So our craton has got a diversity of mineral resources because it is an old terrain, it's an ancient terrain. So an old terrain is good for the hosting of diamonds and gold. And then I'll also show you why we have got nickel and cobalt. So the craton went through phases of deformation and metamorphism, which were important precursor processes for the ore formation. And the craton has got some cover rocks, which also presents opportunities for for mineral exploration. So this presentation, like I said earlier, is about marketing the country to you. I've seen that people have made some interesting finds in Cameroon, and I think some things can also, similar things can also be done in Zimbabwe, especially in areas which are undercover. So there is the Zimbabwe craton, and it's defined by those dotted, those dotted lines there. And to the south, we've got the North Marginal Zone, and to the north, we've got the Zambezi Belt, and here we've got the Magondi Belt. But we are not sure about this limit. Perhaps it goes all the way like that, and it extends into Botswana. So as you can see there, the greens are the greenstones, and I've also put different granite rock types. So if you look at the geometry of these greenstones, it appears that they've got, they were deformed in an east over west direction, maybe through thrusting. And so most of this greenstone is now deformed, is now foliated, it's sheared, and it's metamorphosed. But nevertheless, we still have got what is called the Berlinguer Greenstone Belt. This Greenstone Belt still preserves the primary structures. So the greenstone here is formed through a lower succession, and then which is called the Blawayan, and then the upper succession called the upper Blawayan. Then these greenstones, they are sitting on a basement, which is about 3.5 years old. So among the deformation processes, there's also intrusion of these granite chutes. So these have also caused the off-the-dome movements and the shearing. And this deformation and metamorphism is necessary for the creation of conduits for the hydrothermal systems, and also for the emplacement of the LCT pegmatites. So these younger granite chutes, which you see with this color here, they formed through a crustal scale melting event, which was associated with the stabilization of the Zimbabwean block. And then we have got some deep crustal fractures. We formed the Great Dyke, and some thought that it extends into South Africa to form the Northern Limb, but it's not so because of the differences in age. And also at that time, the Zimbabwe Craton and the Kava Craton were not amalgamated. Then we look at Zimbabwe space in the critical elements. We see in this window that Zimbabwe has got, in this window, lithium, nickel are some of the critical elements, and also graphite. So this Zimbabwe has in its mineral endowment. So these elements, they are needed for the electrical revolution and also for the green energy and the high-tech applications. Then I now look at the specific minerals, deposits. So, like I said earlier, Zimbabwe is a world-class terrain, and it has got greenstones, and amongst these greenstones, we have got nickel deposited associated with comatites, and and also comatic basalts. And then we also have got these examples of mines like Trojan here. We have got Shangani here. Then we have got also Selibe Pikwe. Like I said, although it's in Botswana, is still in the Zimbabwe Craton. And then the lithium deposits, I'll show them, in later detail. And then we also have got kimberlite pipes, and there are about 200 kimberlites which are known, but of importance or of economic consequences, the Moroa and the Sese pipes. And these are intrusive into an old Paleo-Archean basement. And then we've got the Great Dyke, like I said, it has got, it is about 3 to 11 kilometers wide and about 550 kilometers long. And it's one of the world's largest ultramafic complexes. And it's endowed in PGMs and chromite seams, and also silver and gold. And this dike was developed over 4 trumpet-shaped structures in constituting the Wedza, the Solokwe, the Atli, and the Dawendel complexes. So here we've got the Mimosa mine, we've got the Unki mine, we've got the Stimplats, and then we've got the Dawendel mine there. Then I will zero in on gold mineralization. So gold mineralization is structurally controlled, and it occurs as basically quartz carbonate veins. It could be stringers, or it could be some wide, disseminated bodies. There are quite a lot of prospects in Zimbabwe with about greater than 30 tons deposits. With greater than 30 deposits constituting 10 tons of gold each. So if I can take you back to this map, so all these dots here, they show the mineral occurrences, and the Middle East Greenstone Belt is the largest of them, including it has got mines like the Globe and Phoenix, the Kemen Motor, and then we have got the Gwanda Greenstone Belt. Here I've got Caledonia has got Blanket Mine. So if you can just look at the production there, you see most of these operations, they are nearing 1 ton to 2 tons production per annum. So Zimbabwe's target is about 15 to 20 tons of gold per annum. Then I say the gold is structurally controlled, so I pick an example of the Gwanda Greenstone Belt. So we have got this main shear zone, But as you know that gold mineralization occurs in higher order structures, I mean, not in the main structure. So we have got these camps, which include the Blanket, the Vumba Chikwe, and this is where we get most of our gold production. And then we got these other smaller clusters. So Blanket mine produces about 80,000 ounces per year, and this is owned by Caledonia. Then I come back to the platinum and I profile the Great Dyke, like I said, got the Mimosa here, which is down here, and Unki, Ngezi, Karoo. So these are the projects, I mean, these are the most, the currently active projects in Zimbabwe. And you can see that the profile of this trumpet shape, which I alluded to, is basically shallowly dipping. And so if you're exploring for it, it's mostly drilling horizontal walls. So this structure contains the second largest deposits of PGMs after the Bluchveld complex here in South Africa. So there's a development project here which is owned by Caro. So these guys are already expecting to do production, in the next year or so. And also we have got some chromitite seams, and we have got about 11 such seams which are known across the Great Dyke. Then I go to the lithium deposits. So the main one is the Bikita to Sandawana here. It's called, this now owned by Kuviba Holdings. And this has recently been sold at about 200 million to the Chinese. We've got also Arcadia Prospect here, which has also been sold again to the Chinese at 422 million. So basically the lithium mineralization, is found along this belt, maybe related to the Limpopo mobile belt. It's part of that belt. And then we have got other occurrences here along the Makah, Indi, Greenstone belts. And then you've got these Paleoproterozoic deposits which are in the Makamatif area. By the way, most of these deposits, they are Neo-Archean at about 20 million years ago. So the lithium deposits are partially associated with the younger granite shoots. And I did my PhD on the lithium, on the Bikita Mweza belt. So I found a strong coherence between the geological coherence between the pegmatites and the spatially associated potassic granites. But unlike in other parts of the world where lithium associated with the S-type granites, here in Zimbabwe, we are talking of the I-type granites, which are highly fractionated. So if we look at the world's production of lithium, apart from these countries which produce from brines, Zimbabwe is the third largest producer of hard rock lithium. And typically the pegmatites, they've got this profile, which with up to 11 intermediate zones, and lithium is mainly concentrated on the hanging side of the pegmatites. So these are more lithium projects in Mtare, and then the Sandawana, can see the type of monies which are being poured there, 250 million and 200 year. Yeah, And then there's also been some work to find the hydrocarbons. We're looking for oil. So there's Invictus Energy here, which have drilled a hole here, and they've got some strong gas shores. And now they've completed the hole, so they need to log it. So these other red dots, they show potential for the corbed methane. Okay, then this is a congested slide, but it shows that we have got gravels here, the diamonds. I mean, we are mining alluvial diamonds here, but we don't know the source. But as you can see here, there is this Paleo-Archean basement which is there. So probably, I mean, the diamonds could be sourced somewhere within. So then we also have got this Karoo cover, which we don't know what is there, because this is a sand cover, which we don't know what is underlying it. But we know that we have got the Kalahari copper belt here in Botswana. So perhaps we could be having this corridor extending into Zimbabwe. So these are things which needs to be looked at. And we have got also some lithium-related minerals in this site, which could also be potentially be developed. Then we also have got this North Marginal Zone. We have got a Rengo gold mine, but we don't know whether this is the only mine or there could be others. So it means more work is needed to really unravel what is underlying these parts of the country. Then in conclusions, I can conclude that the Zimbabwe Craton has got a diversity of mineral resources, as I've just showed you some of them there. I mean, including PGMs, rare metals, and even some industrial minerals, and perhaps some hydrocarbons. But since 2000, there's been a substantial decrease in the exploration investments across the country. So, but now the country is open to business. So you guys can come and invest in some of these projects which I have alluded to. And this has been done through granting of EPOs, maybe up to 60,000 hectares. So you can do all of your geophysics, geochemistry, and all the techniques. So we just need some modern modern exploration techniques, and then Zimbabwe could be something else, in the international market. Yeah, I would like to acknowledge financial support for me to come here from these companies listed here. Thank you.
So thanks to the GSSA for hosting this event, and thank you very much for having me. And I'm going to talk about a project that I'm quite passionate about. And so, yeah, I really enjoy graphite, and it was a lot of time that I spent on site. So I'm going to explain sort of what's the techniques that we used and how we brought the project onto line, and then essentially why we did it and why I got to spend so much time in Mozambique doing this. So really, like I said, this was a greenfields exploration project, and really just going to discuss and work through the different tools and the workflow that we went through just to with regards to a standard exploration project. And there were a number of techniques and products and I suppose innovative techniques that we trialed, but it always came back down to the fundamentals of geochemistry and physics, and that doesn't change. And so we always came back to that, and that really was what directed our exploration and how we moved along. And eventually, over a number of years of us progressing and going through a number of these techniques, we were able to get a JORC compliant resource. So we broke it up mainly into 4 stages, being the ground selection, which I think is a fundamental, and anybody that goes through that, you can follow all the best techniques that you have. If the deposit's not there, you're not going to go anywhere with it. So that's really a fundamental and something that we concentrated a lot on. From there, then going the fastest and most efficient way through target generation, and then testing the target that we then identified. And ideally, what we all want is a deposit, which we then were able to delineate. So our ground selection was up in Mozambique. It was a well-known area. Syra had their project called Balama that they were already progressing, and there was a number of other companies that were quite involved and spent a lot of money in that region. So it's known as the Shiano complex, and essentially, or the East African belt. And it ran all the way actually from sort of Ethiopia up in Saudi, all the way down and even down into Madagascar, if we looked at we placed the continents back there. And just to go back to the previous statements, there was a lot of work that was being done by Magnus in Tanzania. There was work being done by Syra in Mozambique, and then as well as Triton. So specifically, we decided to focus on the Mozambican belt within Mozambique, and just look to see what we could find, and targeting predominantly the amphibulite to granulite degrees of metamorphism, and seeing, were we able to replicate and find a deposit that was similar and essentially on strike from all the other deposits. So the first thing that we did is that we did go and identify these certain regions, and we did originally some mapping, which was great, and it was hard work and it was hot, and we were able to find some outcrop, and from there we were then able to walk some EM34 lines, and we did get certain kicks. I'm not sure, no, it didn't show. So we did get certain kicks along strike of our deposit, and we then followed it up with reverse circulation drilling. So that was purely just a method to validate whether we had the mineralization, and to confirm whether we were on the right track, and if we were able to progress the project. We were able to, and we did get confirmation of 17% TGC we did, I think, 3 holes, if I remember correctly. It was quite a while ago. We did 3 boreholes, and we got the highest percentage was 17%. We were listed, or I worked for a listed company, and so they were able to take it back to the stock exchange, sort of justify the reason why we should follow it up. And we were then able to go and fly a SkyTEM survey. So it was a time economic domain survey, and that worked really well. We got 9 anomalies, if I showed this region here. So eventually we were able to look at the different regions. They were quite far out, and I would say relatively strategically placed, that we looked at doing partnership agreements with, and we then ranked them. We then, from the ranking of these different zones, so it was purely ranked by geophysics. We went and then took from those geophysical rankings, we then followed up again with RC drilling, and got a number of intersects for the TGCs. But and there we go, there's the different rankings that we received. So while we thought that, according to geophysics, we thought that rank 1 would be the best, we actually saw that the 4th rank, being the 4th RC hole that we drilled, that was really the best average and the highest grades that we were receiving. So we focused our work on that region. And essentially what we did was we followed it up with diamond drilling. So while we had confirmation of the fact that we had graphites, and that was great, what a large part of, let's see if I can get this guy to work. Yeah. So what a large part of the graphite market is also involved in is actually the size of your flakes. So while volume is great, so is the size, and you can see the difference of sort of a $2,000 per ton for your larger flakes, whereas you can only get $450 for your fines. So that would really also determine which deposit you would like to go and target, depending on these sizes. And I think a great case in point with this is really with regards to Lindi Jumbo, which is up in Tanzania. They really going from strength to strength. And their neighbors, Magnus, they've just recently, I think in the last year or so, they've done a deal with Tesla. So again, that really shows that people are really interested in these larger flakes, and that's where we then started to target this deposit. Or we started ranking our deposits as well, not according to just the TGCs, but also the flake sizes, because it has such a a strong economic focus on that. So yes, then we were able to get to our fourth stage, which was our deposit delineation. So we did a number of boreholes. I don't think I put the number here, but we had a number of phases. The first phase, we had 10 boreholes, then we drilled up to 20, the second phase, and then we did infill of another 12. And we started to see that it was dipping to the west. And so we started drilling perpendicular. We really started building up a great picture of this deposit. And eventually we were able to declare a resource in 2018 on the stock exchange at 13%, basically 22 million tons. And that's with a cutoff grade of 8%. So they were really cherry picking the best grades, the best areas. And what was also really quite exciting was when we then started to do the drilling and started to follow up with it, they were seeing that there was a byproduct of vanadium, which also really sweetened the deal. And that was really quite exciting to go and see that from a mineral called roscolite. So that's a bit of a challenge to get it out with regards to the processing, but it did still, help with the deal. So the project summary, we worked through it within 4 years, 4 to 5 years. We were able to go and using tried and tested techniques. We always came back to the fundamentals. We always wanted to go and look at and to see how we could make it more innovative, but it always came back to those tried and tested techniques and being, I would say, disciplined and working through it, although sometimes risky. We were fortunate enough to then bring the project online, and we I will go through it, but eventually they did sell the deposit to the Chinese, and that was one of the biggest justifications for the company going and exploring for graphite, was for this demand. So yeah, why did I just go and discuss this whole deposit, and why did I get to go and spend 5 years in the bush, having a great time, doing a lot of things, being really filthy, flying around in helicopters? So it's all really in the name of this green transition. Whether we agree with it or not, it's definitely here. I know it's quite a controversial discussion, and some people don't think that it'll be successful. I think possibly I'm on the fence. I do think it's quite a tough one. It's not so easy. It really is quite a complex situation, but their timelines are super aggressive. And that's where we're seeing a lot of our money being, or in exploration, a lot of money is being spent is on these battery minerals, not limited to graphite, but being one of them. And so with this drive for this low carbon technology, we're seeing an increased demand in consumptions of raw materials in general, with our population increasing, as well as the degree of complexity. And so there's far more. Originally, there was never a demand on vanadium, but with this degree of complexity in our technologies that are developing, there's far more byproducts that we can get out of a deposit, which again does sweeten the deal. And there's numerous. I think specifically with lithium, there's a few examples where originally it was a tin mine and now it's being converted into a lithium mine. So again, it's something to keep in mind with these new deposits and new, I suppose, more outrageous or more difficult elements that we're looking at and trying to mine. So with this growth in the low carbon energy, as you can see, there's a huge demand not only for lithium. So everybody speaks about lithium, but I always feel that people forget about graphite. And again, I had a lot of fun doing it. So I suppose that's the reason why I'm so passionate about it and like talking about it. But it's really it's just below there with regards to cobalt and lithium. And it's something that's really in demand. And they say that, within by 2050, they will need to increase it. Our demand is expected to increase by 383%. That's huge. And essentially, there are a lot of companies that are coming online and seeing this demand, and I suppose people who have the money to invest in it. And hopefully it will pay off in the long run. We don't know how it will change, but there really is a huge demand for this green energy, and especially in the more first world and developed countries. That's where they're spending a lot of their money and their time and their efforts, is to move over. Again, there is a bit of a supply risk when it comes to this. So like I said, it's quite aggressive, and they really have this ambitious task of reaching it by 2050. So and 2030, they originally the Green Deal, the European Green Deal, originally wanted to make these transitions by 2030. I think they've now looked at it that they're going to move it on to 2050 because it really is aggressive, and the volumes that they need versus the production that we currently have, we can't meet it at the moment. But they're really spending a lot of money into it, and like I said, Tesla as well, they're spending money. All these companies that were originally car dealerships and spending money on their car technologies are now placing money within the raw energy and sort of downstream so that they can start developing it and I suppose monopolize the markets for themselves rather than so that they can secure that deal. And that's where a large amount of these deals are going towards. So this is the supply risk that the EU went and identified. And as you can see here, China really dominates it a lot. And that was our driving force. So I worked for a Australian listed company who wanted to sort of move away from being dependent on the Chinese. And then once we developed the project, there was a Chinese company that offered them such a great deal they couldn't say no to. So again, they shot themselves in the foot, wanting to become independent, but it was for them, I suppose the dollars spoke. There was more dollars than cents, so they spent it. And again, China is really dominating the field, and this is something that they have realized, is that especially with I think it's been accelerated in 2018. They already started to sort of realize the trade tensions and how difficult it was, and that we are largely dependent on one country. You can see with regards to the graphite, I think it's, to look here, 73% that China's got with regards to their flake graphite, and I think it's 100% of their spherical graphite. They basically, once again, has monopolized the market. So that's why Tesla has gone and spent this money to go and develop projects within Africa. I would say it's more softer African countries that they're entering into. They're not as brave to go into the more difficult terrains, but they are going into Africa. They're securing deals because they do foresee that there's going to be a problem and a concern, and they want to be able to be independent of I suppose China and any country, I suppose, monopolizing it. So the reason why graphite is so fundamental and why there is such a huge demand is that essentially with the technology that they have right now, which might change, you need graphite for 90% of your anodes. So your cathodes, you can sort of mix and change. And again, this is a very much an engineering topic. It's not really my topic. I just understand that they want graphite and I look for it. That's about the only part that I understand. But when it comes to cathodes, they can use different elements to make up the cathodes. But as it stands now, 95% of the anodes are based on graphites, and that's why there's such a demand. And I suppose, luckily for the companies who have graphites, it's a bit of a security blanket or a security for them. If it changes, there's a lot of talk of salts that they'll start using as a better conductor than graphite. I don't know how the technology is changing, and I'm not too sure if that will be the case. They also say that we might move away from batteries and go only into nuclear. I feel like this is again another whole debate, but while it stands now, graphite is really in demand, and I suppose I'm quite happy because I would love to go to more graphite projects. So I'm really happy with that and really happy as it stands. So again, the growth, just to show that it's really outpacing the battery minerals just because of the volume that's required, and that they're stating, this was by Benchmark Minerals in 2022, that 317 gigafactories are going to have to come online to start keeping up with this demand, and that is the case. And there's more and more people that are getting hybrid cars, and this whole movement is the case. So really, just to to close off about this market, I really believe that it's an exceptional market. I really see that there's this unprecedented growth within electrical vehicles that everybody is buying into, well, mainly the first world countries, but that's where a large part of the buying power is. They're buying into it, and there is this demand for these batteries, and therefore, or lithium ion batteries, therefore there's this demand in graphite. There's a number of reasons, but really it is a speciality, and the markets are expected to grow. We are expecting to see an increase of the GDPs, and with China dominating the market at the moment, there really are a lot of companies, like I said, that are spending a lot of money in investing in a number of deposits. So yeah, that I suppose is the end of my story when it comes to graphites, and why I'm so passionate about it, and why I think we will start seeing more and more projects coming online, and why people are spending money and sending us as geologists off to East Africa to go and look for more deposits.
Do we have any questions for Sarah?
Sarah,
Yes.
do you know what the geological controls are on the larger flex as opposed to the smaller flex? I mean, it's probably slower cooling, larger, I don't know.
So what we saw specifically in the deposit, and I don't think that there has been any research into it, and possibly someone might know more than me. What we saw, and in my experience, it was largely structurally controlled. And that was the case that I see with a lot of deposits, and where we were seeing structural sort of opening where the graphite was able to sort of grow, I suppose, into bigger locations. That's where we're seeing the larger flakes, even within the deposit. So it seems to be very, very controlled with structure.
So would you get large and smaller flakes in one deposit?
Yeah. Yeah. So essentially we'd get a basket, and that's what they were looking at, was a different basket, and how to process it and to retain the flake sizes through processing, but also within the deposit locate the larger and smaller flakes.
Thanks.
Get you in a minute, Stefan. There's a question on Zoom. If carbon capture technology improved such that significant quantities of graphite can be harnessed in this way, would this place future exploration projects at risk?
Sure. I don't think so. That my opinion is, I don't think that would be the case. I think that there's a large amount of money and time and effort that's been spent into, or people have put effort into creating these hybrid cars, and that's, I think, is all sort of low carbon cars. And I do think that people will start driving them, and I've seen it in the US, and well, all the first world countries. People are spending money on buying cars, and they're being or hybrid cars, and they're being penalized monetarily for not having them. So at least in the short term, well, let's say 10 years, however short you want to call that, I would say within the 10 years, I don't think that will be the case at all.
I noticed an Australian company recently declared there was gallium in their graphite deposit, and with a squeeze on gallium supply, I'm just wondering if that element was analyzed at Kaula.
It may have been. I would have to go and check. Like I said, it was quite a few years ago, but we did a full suite. So I would have to go and see what's rare earths and what additional elements that we did. And they did keep all, well, they've salted. So I don't know. I suppose I could go and look and suggest it to the company, but they haven't. We haven't done an official study, no. But it's great to know, and definitely something I'll look out for.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Always nice to hear your passion. And what is the potential for graphite in South Africa?
There was a project that we looked at in Limpopo. They apparently were mining it. There was an adit. I haven't looked too much into it because that's not sort of the where the money is being spent. So I suppose because they know of deposits up in more northern countries, that's where they're spending a lot of money. But there was definitely a deposit that they were mining that was visited, had an adit in it. So I think if someone wanted to spend some money, do a few EM lines, there might be a deposit, and there's something, if there was a interest in it, there definitely could be a small deposit waiting for someone to mine. But the problem comes in is that you're looking for volumes. You're looking for large volumes. So I'm not too sure that with them having mined it, if it would be feasible.
Thanks for your presentation, Sarah. I'm just wondering, with the high demand for all these green minerals, is there enough projects online to meet this huge demand that they're trying to achieve?
So it got a bit more complicated with the unrest that's happening in Mozambique. So they were mining a lot. They had brought a lot of projects online within Mozambique. And then with all the unrest that then happened, it seems to me that I've seen that there's far more money being invested within Tanzania and Madagascar, rather that they're not really sort of ready for that risk within Mozambique. So I think that there is. I think it's just largely dependent on what the risk that a company would like to spend on developing a project, because there's additional risks and sort of human factors that you'd have to go and look at within Mozambique.
Thanks very much, Tanya, and good morning to everyone. Yeah, basically doing a bit of a show for Debbie. She's the boss on the stones out in the Maluti Mountains of Lesotho. She's been up there nearly 20 years now, and has probably seen more of our top type 2s diamonds than anybody else that I know of. But I'll do my best. And really what I want to take us through is the market, as we know, is tough at the moment. It's probably the toughest we've seen in a long time. Combination of prices and going down and prices going up, and the prices of diesel, etc., going up. So not much exploration has been done. And what we're going to take you through today is actually a production unit, a little bit like a kaleidoscope. Kimberlite Pipe has brought these stones up from down there, and looking down into that pipe as we mine it, we don't have a lot of money on this. It's a marginal mine. So we run it a lot by the geology. And it's been interesting doing this. We've been in commercial production for 10 years now. And pretty much once we cleared the hurdles, the early hurdles, it's been in a profit up until now. And this is I think everybody who's in the diamond business here knows that it's probably the hardest that we are seeing at the moment. So what I'm going to do is learn how to use this thing. But basically there are two types of diamonds. There are type 1s, which are the 98% of the global population, are octahedral, dodecs, the cubes, the normal things that come from 150, 200 kilometers below us in cratons. And then there are the type 2s, which are far less irregular, far less, these are our regular ones, our octahedral stones and the normal normal diamonds, should we say. And very rare are the type 2s, which are irregular lumps of carbon. And they're very clean stones. They tend to be very clean. They're mostly whites, browns, and very rarely are they pink. And that pink comes from stressing them, probably at a greater depth than the normal type 1s. So inside the type 2 population is this even more rare form of pinks. And it's just interesting that at KAR, we've got ourselves quite a regular supply of them, and we've learned quite a bit over the years on them. And what I really want to do is just show how do we stack up globally in these. They've been very popular in terms of both price-wise and use in jewelry. These are type 1 purples. This is cut from there. We called it the Purple Princess back in 2017. And 2018, this was the Rose of Lesotho, which cut down to this almost 11-carat ring. But let's move on to why and why KAR might be considered fairly important in the future. And that is Argyle Mine, which is a lamproite in Australia, was the main producer for nearly 40 years of pink diamonds. But none of those pink diamonds were bigger than about 14 carats. So that was also interesting, but Rio did a fantastic marketing job on them and kept them going. But the mine closed in 2020 in November. And basically, the 10% that was coming out through the other years were mostly from Africa, from a few kimberlites that were known, as well as the alluvials. And KAR happens to just be one of those kimberlites that came about by accident, because it was known from 1955 but it was only in 2013 that we realized it had pink stones in it. Quite interesting. So let's have a look at where it is. It sits in the little enclave of Lesotho, up in the Maluti Mountains, along with Letseng and Matai and Lempani. But it's the biggest of the pipes up here. It's nearly 20 hectares, and but it's lost about 750 meters on it compared to Letseng, which has lost a couple of hundred meters. Matai lost a couple of hundred meters. So quite a lot of cow has been eroded. And as I mentioned, it was discovered in 55. But the commercial mining, several people had a crack at it, but the commercial mining only started in 2012. So it's been going for about 11 years now. This is an oblique aerial view looking over the pipe itself, roughly 20 odd hectares. And there are five domains, facies, whatever you want to call them. Basically, in order of emplacement was first this K6 over here, followed by the LQ, the lower quarry. We've kept to the nomenclature of Dave Rolfe as much as we could from 1973. And then there's the fragmental kimberlite, which is the bulk of the pipe left now. And then the final phase, which was the so-called gritty kimberlite in the middle over here. There's an appendage off here, the K12 to the north. It came between the LQ and the FK. It's not economic. But everybody chased the K6 because why? It had classic type 1 diamonds, fantastic octahedrals. Keith Whitelock pointed out in 1973 in his seminal paper that the resorption pattern that goes from octas to dodex was actually determined here at Cow Mine itself, or Cow Pipe rather, in those days. And you know, look, it's obviously a multi-phase kimberlite intrusion, but simplistically, those are the 5 phases. The 4 of these ones are which are economic, but they're economic in a low grade. We'll get to the grade a bit later. So what was the breakthrough at Cow? Well, in December 1930s, almost 10 years ago, we had to change we had to put a mine plan in place to change it. Another story, but we took risk on moving the mine plan over, and in doing so, in 6 weeks, we came across a 36 carat pink, along with another 50 other pinks, believe it or not. It was absolutely amazing, you know, for up in the mountains. Letseng had already produced in 2005 a 5 carat pink, but 36 carats was pretty impressive. And we got $425,000 a carat for it. So, you know, somebody must have liked that stone, and somebody obviously was really keen to see what we were going to do with it. And there it is there, sitting amongst the other normal sort of package of type 1s over there. So it was quite interesting, obviously. And the question was, you know, was it a flash in the pan? Did it just happen? Or was it a bit of luck, or whatever it was? And as it turned out, not quite. Thank goodness, not quite, because luckily, as the years went on, through 2014 up to about 2018, so these are some of the stones that came out. These are, except for the little half carat over there, all these are $1 million stones. And when you're a marginal mine and you're able to keep your costs down, $1 million stone comes your way, particularly if it's 5 or 6, it makes a big difference. And so things started to improve as we went through, and we'll show you, kept quite good records of where they came from. But then we had an interesting one. 2019 came along, and we managed to drill probably what was a record for Africa at the time. It was about a 230 carater. Here's the breakage lines on it. You can see the fantastic Newton rings, and we managed to put it through the crusher not once, but twice. We did the recon on this, and it comes out about 200 carat stone. So this was obviously a bit of a setback for us, but at least we knew that we had big stones, because up until then we were knocking around with 20, 30 caraters. And, you know, there's nothing to be sniffed at, particularly if you're getting a bar for them. But this one made us really wake up and realize that we needed to do a few things. And COVID came along just after that. I think we've all been through that. And as we came out of COVID in October, we managed to get what we call the Pink Dawn, this beautiful stone over here. And that then set the tone for the next few years. Every year we were getting a plus 20 carat. And you know, we're getting small pinks, and they were being sold and all the rest of it, along with and then in 22 last year, the Eternity came along with 47 character. And that was our biggest unbroken stone up until that date. So that was looking pretty good. In terms of colors though, you can see the different hues and here, a bit of touch of purple through there, but these are all type 2 diamonds. There's no doubt about that. We have been tested. And this one here actually is touching 1/2 bar a carat. So somebody really wanted that stone. And obviously that helps you when you're running up there in the mountains. Then this year we broke the record without breaking the stone, which is good. This is 108 character. It's the 3rd biggest pink that we're aware of in Africa. The biggest is Lulo, the boys from the copper, up on the Caquila River in Angola. They got 170 character. And Letlhakane mine some years back, that belongs to Debswana. They had 132. And we are running 3rd, we believe, at 108. It's 108 is a top quality stone. It may not look like it here, but it's actually clean. It's just the angle that we're looking through it. It's a clean stone. It has got a crack in it, so you can't maximize the cut out of it. They'll probably get a 22. So it's very interesting. Goes to high-tech guys in Antwerp that do the laser and fancy 3D work on it. But it's certainly, and at the moment, it's lying as an unnamed stone. Most of our stones have been named, and they've decided, the SMD, the guys that run the mine, they've decided to leave that to the person who's going to actually buy it and do the cutting. It's just been sold in this last month, incidentally, even though it came out in March. So those are the pinks there, but we also have the type 1 purples that sit in the GK fascies and the last emplacement fascies. We don't know too much about these stones. They're mostly small, mostly less than 5 carats. But every now and again, we get a 20-odd character like this. It's shot, but it's still purple. And again, different colors of purple. This is the biggest purple, unfortunately, a lousy photograph, but it was an 18 carat. That's the only purple that we've got that's achieved $1 million plus. So if we step back and take away all the fancy colors and just have a look in the last 10 years, you can see we've been doing reasonably well. We've recovered 135 stones, just under 2,000 carats. Bit of a dip over here, 2015, 2016, and that's because we were revamping the plant, and we had I should think, a few finger issues apart from a few plant issues. But since then, we picked up, and it's been relatively stable through the years. We sold almost what we've taken out. Don't worry about balancing the numbers. It's just the way it is. But basically what it tells us is that we don't hang around with our stones. We've got buyers out there that like those type 2 pinks. And thank goodness for that, because that keeps the wheels rolling and the trucks turning. So let's just go into the pit itself then. This is what it was like in 2011, just before they started commercial production. Everybody was focusing on this appendage called the K6, because this is where everybody knew we had type 1 diamonds, nice commercial whites. So the focus was here. They drilled down in here and really ignored most of the other part of the pipe, which is mostly lousy quality stones, until we found that stone in 2013. We're now down 2023. We're now down 200 meters. We changed the mine plan totally from here. We didn't have to chase this anymore. We could actually open this up. If we hadn't found those pinks, Cow would have been long closed. Would have only had 5 years of life. We now, as I mentioned, we're now through 11 years, and we've just done the mine plan to push this down another 10, if the market will allow us, obviously. So if you have a look at it, it's just over 2 million carats are out there now, and 44 million tons processed. What's interesting though is that in terms of the pinks, they're about 0.01% of our carats, but nearly 20% of the revenue. It's an interesting one. Where do they come from? K6. And if you look at our order of emplacement, high value white type 1 diamonds. Then the lower quarry that came next, 100 carat type 2 whites, but no pinks or colored diamonds in there. Third stage, FK, fancy colored stones, the pinks. We're now up to 200 carat that we broke. The 108 came out of the FK. So we at least, we're on track to hopefully find another one of those. It also has large 100-carat stones. The biggest white that we've taken out is 168-carat of a type 2. And then the GK, which is the last emplacement phase, doesn't seem to have any whites in it, but it has purples and pinks. It's interesting distribution that we've managed to track over the years, which of course, you know, if you're doing size frequency distributions, that makes you wonder what's what that comes out of these pipes. Oops, sorry. We have a very basic mining approach. It's a 50-meter by 50-meter grid that we just go down, and we make sure that every day we survey, we know where our plus 4.8s come from, our 5 characters on these grids, and we've kept a good record to map where the, particularly where the bigger pinks have come from. And for example, this is the pipe back in when the Pink Dawn came out, 2020, end of COVID. We're just starting to open up again after a three-month shutdown, and the block was over there, and we pick it up, and we keep a record of this for 2 reasons. One is that people have become more interested, obviously, as to where their stones come from, and we could actually pin that down to a 50-meter block, and the GIA are happy to certify that based on our reports and our mapping and our photographs, plus the records that we keep in recovery. So that has been quite a big plus, particularly as more and more interest is shown in the origin in recent years, and particularly the last 2 years. Okay, so what about the future, you know, and the understanding that we've got from here? We don't really need those pinks to run that mine, thank goodness. So it really is bonus. But I think our challenge is coming now. The next 6 months, maybe the next year, we're going to need those pinks more than we realize. What we've learned is that we've taken out 49, nearly 50, well, it's called 49 plus $1 million stones. And of those, 28 of them are pinks. So that's quite interesting. And as we've increased into the so-called pink area, away from where the big whites were found, so the percentage contribution to the $1 million package is increasing. As I mentioned, all the pinks and purples contribute about 20% of revenue for very little carat contribution. So we can't afford to break the stones, can't afford to lose them, can't afford to leave them in the pit or anybody else's pocket for that matter. So obviously market is tough, but we believe that that we've, with a very tight mine plan over here, using geotech consultants now, we believe we can add another 10 years to this. And if so, that'll take Kal from what was originally going to be a 5-year mine to at least a 20-year bracket, which is we are quite pleased about. Yeah, I think that's really it, you know. So what's the conclusion? I suppose the conclusion is that, yeah, we've got type 2s that have been coming out for 10, 11 years. So it isn't just a haphazard arrangement. They're in certain parts of the pipe, and we believe that we can at least produce for the next decade, providing the market allows us or doesn't slit our throats. This is our biggest type 1 white, by the way, came out 28th of August this year. So biggest unbroken stone as well. We believe that the pink was about this size, but sad to say. That's our biggest, 108, right next to it over there. So you can see that difference. It would have been quite an impressive record for Africa. I just needed to say thanks to NAMACPA for allowing us to share the information. They've been pretty good about it. And I think also, most of us know, in the diamond business, Keith passed away in September. And he certainly had a big influence, I think, on many of us. Certainly for Debbie and I, he gave us the opportunity to look at type 2's diamonds from 2004 when he reopened Letseng, hands-on. And it's not an easy thing to do these days with everybody locking glove boxes and all that, but we had a couple of years of literally hands-on on all those stones. So yeah, thanks very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua Maekiso. I am a geologist at Namakwa Sands Deposits in the Western Cape. My topic today, is it fine now? Thank you. My topic today, I will just briefly introduce you to the Namakwa Sands deposit of the West Coast geology. So my talk is on Tronox, the overview of the company, the mineral sands deposit and their producers. I'll talk you a little bit about the Tronox South Africa region, the Namakwa Sands deposit, a bit of the geology of the West Coast, and our own geology, and I think importantly, the production drivers and improvement projects that we are looking at. So Tronox is the world leading vertical integration manufacturer of TiO2 pigment. It has its footprints in 6 continents. In South Africa, we have 2 mines at the west coast of South Africa, which is Namakwa Sands, and the KZN, which is the east coast of South Africa, that is based in Bangeni. That's where we have our smelter, and Febris, which is at the south of Mtunzini. That's where we have our mine. In KZN, we are using a hydraulic mining method where we use pressure guns to wash off the slurry and send it back to the plant. In Namakwa Sands, it's a dry mining method. Both sides have their own smelters. Okay, so a little bit of the value chain of Tronox and a bit of their uses of our product. So we produce ilmenite, rutile, leucoxene, and zircon in all 2 of our deposits in South Africa. And that is processed up to titanium slag, which we process in our smelters. And because we are a vertical integrated organization, most of our product is actually taken within our own value chain. A little bit on the heavy mineral deposits and their producers. So you can see around the world, most of these deposits are along the coast. And in South Africa, I just have a few of the deposits that are along the southern part of South Africa. We are in Namakwa Sand, which is the left. And south of Namakwa Sand, actually, we have a fairly new Australian company that is called MSR that is exploring and also started mining, I think about 10 years ago. And they are still continuing to find the strand lines from our shores. And in the west coast, the east coast side, there is a Richards Bay Minerals, and also there is KZN Sands. In terms of the big, Moma is also just north of KZN, which is one of the mega deposits that you find on the eastern coast of South Africa, of Africa. This is a fairly old information in terms of the unit prices and markets of these heavy mineral sands, your ilmenite, natural synthetic rutile, and zircon. As you can see, I think in zircon, we had our highest peak between 2010 and 2015, where it was selling almost $2,500 per ton. I am not really sure where it is now, but it's predicted to actually pick up again around $1,000, $1,002 per ton up to 2030. In terms of the worldwide mining of these titanium containing minerals, this is the data from 2020. China is still the biggest producer, and South Africa is number 2, and Mozambique is number 3. However, in other sources, you actually see this other way around, where Moma, in terms of the deposit size, we can see that they have larger deposit than South African size. Okay, so our Namakwa Sands deposits have been known since 1957, and in the late 1960s, the airborne magnetic radiometric survey that was done by the Geological Survey at the time, picked up this deposit along the coast. If you can see that the west coast is 900 kilometers from Elands Bay on top to from Alexander Bay on top, and Elands Bay, which is just the south of our deposit. And the west coast hosts mineral in alluvials, which are your diamonds, your marine and Ionian placer deposits. So in terms of exploration of high mineral sand along the west coast, it started in 1987, and the Namakwa mine of the production started in 1994. And it is a deposit, it's a world-class producer of quality zircon, ilmenite, and rutile. We are mining this through a mechanized open cast dry mining that permits the production of 21 million tons of run of ore a year. And we also have a capacity of 450 kilotons of ilmenite, 130 of zircon, and 30 of rutile. In terms of locality, as I said, we are found on the edge of the west coast. Our Bransapai, which is there, that's where our mine is. So our Bransapai is using a dry mining, as I said, and I think what is unique about our deposit is that we're using a dual conveyor system that is around 8 kilometers. The dual conveyor, you have your ROM that is going to the plant on the bottom, and then on top you have your tailings that is going back to the plant. And I think it's still one of those fantastic engineering solutions. We are also mining 2 types of ore, which is your RAS, free-flowing sand, and we are also mining hard ore, and that made Namakwa Sands one of the first heavy mineral sands deposits to actually use a mill, which is the SEG mill. And on the south, we have our smelters, as I said. Okay, so in terms of the general geology, the site is underlain by unconsolidated and semi-consolidated sediments of the Quaternary age. The sediments overlay the meta sediments of the Namakwa group. The way we describe 2 sources, which is your Fareso group, as well as the metamorphic rod of the Namakwa land metamorphic complex. So the back rock outcrop along the coast that are near Bransapai comprises of the pink Namakwa land, gneiss. While the feather on top, you have a gray and white marbles, and the gneiss are found in Bransapai. I think if you can see, it's just, you won't see it now. Sorry about the quality of my picture. Also, I think what is also most important is that while further north, the outcrop of a gray and white marble and gneiss can be found, Bransapai lies in an area between the 2 eroded, that is eroded due to faulting. And the tectonic conduct of the Bransapai has been intruded by dike, that is lithologically described as gabbro. So in terms of our own local, or maybe I'll say the local Namakwa Sands geology, so the sediments were deposited along the Spiral Bay environment of the Precambrian basement lithoresis during the Miocene and late Pliocene period. So there was an extensive reworking of underlying seaward prograding marine package that was upgraded, that upgraded our mineralization to its economic proportion. So accumulation of these unmineralized sands are called the other sands, which you see here in green, and those are the oldest sands that we have in our package. And the heavy mineral sands is enriched by 2 strand lines, which you find at the depth of 20 meters. And this is closer to the sea, and then a little bit up on 30 meters. So that would be the source of our economic mineralization. And then on top, you have your Rand Iron sand. We are still mining this in one of our mines. In the other mine, we don't have red alloy sand anymore. Okay, in terms of the local geology, so these are 2 ore bodies are stretching over 13 kilometers, and the ore body are between the 2 basement highs, and 2 thin strand lines, which I described on the first one, is only 2% of our ore body. Okay, a little bit of the stratigraphy. We have our red alloy sand on top, and we have a Duricrust layer, which is locally known as a door bank. I will also refer to it as HARDS as the word goes, because it's a local term that is used for mining purposes. The biggest package of our ore body is OFSM, which is divided into 3 units. There is OFSM waste, which is not ore, then OFSM2 and OFSM1, that is containing about 70% of our ore body. The strand lines, we have 2 strand lines packages, which are high in grade. However, they are very low. They are very high also in garnets and other gangue minerals. Okay, maybe a bit of the stratigraphy that I just described. And then if you're looking at the ore body, I think what is unique about this heavy mineral sands ore body is if you look at face value, you would not think sand because of the doricrust layer and the competition of the cemented layers that you see. Yeah, on top, we don't have a RAS anymore on our west mine that has already been mined. So we are only mining it on the east mine. And then when you start at your OFSM and your door bank. And another thing that I want to mention is that the door bank is not really delineated. So it's still one package with this OFSM. And then you have OFSM2, sorry. You have OFSM2, and then in the bottom, you have both strand lines, which is the strand line east and the strand line west. I think what is different about these strand lines is that the strand line east, which is closer to the sea, has shells, which is significant of the marine deposit. And then the one in the west has public pebbles. So I just took a bit of these pictures to just show you the stratigraphy in pictures. We have the red alluvium sand, which is on top. We are still mining this in our east mine. And then you have your door bank, which is about plus minus 5 meters. And then after 5 meters, you start having your package of OFSM, which also contain OFSM2 and OFSM waste. Okay, so in terms of just mineralogy and the mineral composition, the general total heavy minerals and mineralogy is what you see on the left. This is after Philander and Rosendahl on 2015. I think what is important, what I want to highlight here is that the GTE East, which is the East Mine deposit, is high in ilmenite, while the West Mine deposit is low in ilmenite. And the quality of the East Mine in terms of the zircon is also high. And the quality, although you have high zircon in the West Mine, but the quality is better in the East Mine. And you also have your gangues and garnets, which you do not find on your red alluvium sand. So as your package goes, as you go deeper in your geology, that's where you start introducing your gangues and your garnets. So this is just another picture that is showing the mineral composition, the bulk mineralogy of our heavy mineral concentrate. On the East RAS, which is the East Mine, it shows the highest ilmenite percentage, and then is followed by the West Mine, as I said. And then also in zircon, it also shows the highest percentage of both zircon actually and rutile. And then in terms of the garnet, you actually see garnet and pyroxene content in the West ore body. Okay, so with all of that and the uniqueness of this ore body, there are production drivers that are driving the production now. For instance, the throughput, the mineral recovery, and the quality of your grade. In terms of the throughput, that door bank layer, which is high in valuable minerals and it high in slime, it is one of the major throughput issues that we have in production. In terms of your mineral recovery, we still go to the different, because you have different types of mineralogy. And when it comes to blending, you always have to make sure that your ore is properly characterized. And then in terms of your grade quality, still, I'm going to go back to the OFSM. That's where we have liberation issues and also coatings as well, because some of our zircon and ilmenite are interlocked in the clays of the door bank. Okay, so just a little bit introduction to this doricrust ore. It is part of the ore type that is mined and is found in our mineral sands reserve. It is characterized by the factors as your hardness of the ore, the type of cementation that we think we still need to explore in terms of the clays that you find with your ore and your coatings. So the bulk of the ore is cemented and in various degrees. And then on the table below, I'm just trying to show you that as you go from top to bottom, the top is hard and then it becomes a bit medium. When it comes to mineral assemblage, the mineral assemblage is actually higher on top of the ore body than the bottom of the ore body. So hence we have the introduction of the mill. So I think for production, what we are trying to do with our mine plan is to monitor, to optimize and then deliver the ore blend between the trommels and the mill to make sure that we don't have excessive stockpiling because our own because of our own constraints, and then we also do, avoid starvation. These are one of the few of the ongoing projects that we are working on. The first one is the geotechnical variability of the Namakwa sands, and we are trying to understand so that we can model it. It's a bit ambitious, but we are trying to, we do believe that there should be a relationship between the chemistry, mineralogy, and the texture of the cemented hard layer, and that can assist the mining with mining responses that can be predicted when we are using the chemistry. Hopefully we can model that. And also we do also believe that this cemented layer that can be tested to predict the mill response and also the throughput of the mill. And then the second one, I think this is one of the projects that we have bid for. We started 5 years ago. It's a Namakwa Sands geometallurgy program that was presented earlier around September. The first phase, which is the ore characterization, I would like to think that we are at least done with the first phase. The second one is really evaluation and assessing the robust and potential of the methodologies that we are using to characterize this variability in these ores. And that's where we are at the moment. We are looking at calibrating the model that we are using. And well, all of this then would depend with money and time. And yeah, thank you so much. Bit rushing at the end, but thank you.
There's a question on Zoom. If tectonic activity is removed, does the geometry of the stratigraphy provide clues regarding historic ocean temperatures and salinity? That's part one. So go for that one first.
Huh. Moving on to second one.
If so, can this be used to model the impact of global warming and predicted distribution of future deposits along the coast? Short answer, I think, is no.
I really don't know. No, I don't think so, because I think with the deposit, if you're removing the tectonic activity, then you do not trap those deposits in that region. So I really that's my short answer.
Sure.
Hello.
I'm quite interested in the omission from your presentation. You must be Tronox's little dirty secret.
Yes.
You sit on the biggest high-grade resource of monzonite in the world.
Yeah.
Well known. Everybody knows about it. Everybody wants it.
Yes.
But you're not talking about it.
No.
Aren't the geologists part of the solution?
Yeah.
It just astounds me. You know, there's a dump sitting at Namakwa Sands that has got as much as what China needs for the next 10 years of monzonite.
So
the world's killing themselves to find the stuff.
I would say the short answer is, if you look at our business, we are looking at exploring those monazites. We already started in Australia. I think because South Africa, the market is so hot, we are taking our time. Yes, the monazite is found in our dumps that are sitting in our mineral separation plant, but we are looking at that. We can't quantify it yet, and it's not really a secret anymore.
Thanks to GSSA for inviting me, Natalie for chasing me. And maybe after this talk, I'll be expelled from the GSSA. So it's nice meeting you all again. Yeah, I'm here to beat you. to beat you with a big stick, because I'm actually a cock geologist, and most of you will know that. So I've had to take on other roles to make a living. And one of those is that I chair the Minerals Council of South Africa's emerging and junior miners and explorers. So we account for about 70% of the legal exploration prospecting rights in South Africa. So I chair a forum of people that are concerned and are actively involved in trying to solve the regulatory challenge. I see one face here that attends those meetings, and I'll pay her to attend, and if she doesn't attend, I'll beat her as well. Guys, you know, I'm very concerned because I sit in this room and I just see amazing geoscientists. I sit in this room and I see amazing geology. And I'm embarrassed because we've got a problem where there's an elephant in the room here. And we can solve all the geology we like, but we're not going to be doing exploration in South Africa unless we solve the elephant in the room. And Sarah, it embarrasses the hell out of me that we've got a disused graphite mine, a brownfields graphite mine, and you admit nobody wants to spend money on it. How shocking is that? South Africans are going all over the continent. They're going and finding money to explore in other countries. There's a reason for it, people, and we've got to deal with it. So let's just look for a minute about what are the basic requirements. You know, we geologists, we go all over the continent, we go over the world, and we work for exploration companies. Some of us lead exploration companies. So what does it take to make it work? It's not rocket science, people. You know, we need world-class geology. Well, we wouldn't be sitting here if we didn't think it didn't occur in Southern Africa and in South Africa. And I'll show you a bit of evidence that it does. The next, and that's put in the ground. It's something we can't change. It's something we can analyze and understand, but we can't change it. The thing that is changeable, that is in our control, is the regulatory environment. Because it's no good having the minerals in the ground unless they can be exploited. And we know that we've got problems in South Africa. You know, in South Africa, you got to get 27 bits of paper signed off by about 2,700 public servants and a bunch of dodgy politicians, possibly, to actually get to drill a hole. Unless we start doing something about it and changing it, we're not going to drill the holes and we're not going to find the minerals. And we know that everybody is standing here telling you that we've got to find these minerals. And it's strangely enough that they exist in South Africa, but nobody's turning a drill on them. So I say that we've got to take responsibility. So those two questions, have we got the minerals? Well, we are one of the world's biggest producers of the non-ferrous metals. You know, we've got the stuff and there is a lot more. For a country that sits with such a big fat circle on it, the fact that we basically do no exploration and our mining is in terminal decline is a damn embarrassment, and it's an indictment on the country, and it's an indictment on us, because we are the people that actually understand what it takes to get those 27 bits of paper and what a frustration it is. But unless you deal with it, you're going to be like an alcoholic. Unless you say, I've got a problem and I need to deal with it, nobody's going to fix it for you. You've got to get off your butts and fix it yourselves. World exploration budgets, they're enormous. The world's spending $13 billion a year on exploration for non-ferrous metals. There's 2,200 odd companies doing exploration around the world. I think in South Africa, if there's 10 companies doing exploration, it's a lot, maybe 20. Shocking, absolutely shocking. For having that big circle that I showed you a moment ago, that we actually only account for 0.8% of the world's exploration spend. Hell, guys, how are we going to have an industry if we're not finding it? We've basically mined out the reserve. We've raped what was known 10 years ago. Because since the maybe early 2000s, there's been no meaningful exploration. There was this massive drive to drill resources into reserves in the early 2000s. That's hardly exploration. That's resource definition. Greenfields exploration. When was the last greenfields exploration in South Africa of meaningful size? There's a couple of idiots like me that managed to find a bit of money to do it, but there's not many people that have actually been able to find the money to get it done, or actually are bothering to do it. They're moving north of the border. It's a path of least resistance. So we all go somewhere else because it's easier. I mean, that's what we're producing. You can see South African mining production has plateaued. It is on the way down. It's on a very slippery slope. And even over the last couple of years that, we've got, before I get into what's happened over the last couple of years, mining's contribution to South African GDP is dropping. So we're becoming less relevant. The fact that we saved South Africa's treasury last year by paying record taxes and royalties, and it saved South Africa from bankruptcy, it's not going to save South Africa next year. And the world's going to wake up with a big surprise in South Africa, because I don't know what is going to pay for it. Maybe the minister's new petroleum company, maybe not. So even over the last few years, we all know that mining is cyclic. It only makes some money some of the time, not all of the time. Metal prices run up. What happens? Costs run up. Metal prices come down, and it takes costs longer to come down. So we've been in one of those glory periods from 2020, just after COVID started in South Africa. Metal prices went up. Man, we pumped mining, made record profits. Even with those record profits, we weren't spending money on exploration, and now it's going to hell. Look at that graph dropping off at the end over there. So, I could stand here and give you the list. I could give you another 20 pages of what the challenges are. But most of you know what those challenges are. It amazes me as geoscientists that we're more fixated on finding the scientific solutions. We're very good at finding scientific solutions. We love to make it somebody else's problem to solve the rest of it. Is the Council for Geoscience represented in the room? Okay, great. Is the DMRE represented in the room? I hope that you're going to be taking the message back to my short little nemesis. Tell him that I beat him in his absence, because he should have been here to get his beating personally. By the way, I've got the world of respect for Musa, because he's trying to get something done. And of all the dysfunctional departments in South Africa, I personally think the Council for Geoscience is one of the departments that's actually improving, and improving remarkably. But there's a trust deficit. And I'll invite all of my colleagues to go and see what they're doing and try work through it and overcome that trust deficit, because it is actually becoming a valuable resource. But unless we're speaking to the regulators, we're not going to find the minerals, because we're not going to be turning the drilling bits. So what is the problem? Why is it when the world is going through an exploration boom, and it was going through a boom until recently, but in the last year, there's only been one listing on the TSX? Do you realize when last there was only one listing on the TSX and an IPO to raise money for exploration? And it was a lithium royalty company. It wasn't even raising money for exploration. No, guys, the world is in crisis. It's not paying for exploration, and exploration dollars, they follow the path of least resistance. They will go to where they can find minerals quickly and easily without challenges. And that is fundamentally the problem with our regulatory system. The regulatory system has to be efficient. It's got to be transparent. It's got to be consistent. It's got to be evenly applied all the time. You've got to be able to predict what the outcome is when you submit an application, and you've got to see what it is. And it's got to be processed in a time frame less than geological science. We cannot have the situation that you're sitting for 5-6 years to get your rights so that you can start exploring. And when you finally get rights, you're getting whipped because you're supposed to be exploring or you're supposed to be mining. Meantime, you're still waiting for that one mineral that was miraculously left off your granting papers. So it's actually pointless. I can't go get money because I can't explore for the nickel or the gold that's associated with my copper ore body. You know, when are the DMRE going to get it into their heads that I've got to have the whole suite, otherwise I can't get the money to get the job done? When are the DMRE going to get it in their heads that they're not doing anybody any favors by overpegging? Many of you, well, not many of you are actually operating in South Africa. So, but those of you that are operating in South Africa will know that we're going through an absolute swarm of overpegging, stimulated by Council for Geoscience. Tell my little brother I'm coming for him. So you creating awareness that there's minerals, that's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. But it doesn't help that those minerals are, you get 4 different parties that have prospecting and mining rights on the same patch of ground. Because economically it's not viable. You're detracting from somebody's ability to maximize economic exploitation of a mineral. So what's happening? The exploration dollars go elsewhere, because when I walk into a room and I say I want money to explore something, nobody's going to give me the money because I don't have security of tenure. I've got a challenge. I've got a fight on my hands. Water rights, environmental permitting. We've got first world legislation that is poorly administered and it's weaponized by people that know that it's an extortion weapon. So we get appeals against every environmental permit, every water permit. And then the Mabenzi drives into the parking lot and the guy comes and says, but I can make the problem go away. Comes and sits in my boardroom and he says, I don't need to appeal, but you know, it's a financial situation. And unless you deal with him, you're not going to get your license and you're not going to be able to operate unless you go through a whole legal process. And maybe that's why a lot of people have gone away, because that legal process runs at glacial speed. You know, property rights. We all understand the sanctity of property rights. We all understand that agricultural land has got a very important value and it shouldn't be destroyed in the name of mining. But we all know that there's a whole bunch of farmers that don't even have a fence around the farm and they don't have a goat on the farm that will turn up and will tell you, you're going to pay me whatever I tell you, you will pay me, otherwise you'll never get on my land. Try go through the legal system to get access to the land. So it's standing unused. It may be of no value agriculturally whatsoever, and that's why it's unused. We've got to change these systems, and you guys that are experiencing this every day, I stand here talking to you and I see the nodding heads. I hope it's not because you're falling asleep. But I see you nodding your heads. And I really need to urge you guys to become part of the solution, because it's frustrating the living daylights out of me that I'm having to sit at the council and rely on bureaucrats, on lawyers, on accountants, and not the people that deal with it on a daily basis. You know, I'm starting to sound like an old cobber now. And there's very few people with more gray hair in the room. It scares the living daylights out of me. And I see people that were my mentors sitting in the room and they're getting a lot older than me. But in the good old days, the geologist was the guy that went and pegged the prospecting right and dealt with the farmer and dealt with the water authority to get water and dealt with the local mayor and all the rest of it. It happens less now, because now there's experts that we pay a bloody fortune to, to handle our ESG. And they go off and they make promises to everybody, and eventually you get this much paper and it's cost you 5 million rand and you still can't get on the property to do anything. The geologists are the guys that are the point of contact. You're the first person that deals with a farmer, that deals with the local community, that goes to the DMRE office. Well, I hope you are, because I don't. Which of you have been to a DMRE regional office in the last 2 years? 1, 2? No? Maybe? So maybe 5% of you? What the hell? That's our regulator. You've got to walk in and march in the door. They're there to be a department that's supposed to be at your disposal. They claim to be. Unless we actually go there and we start speaking and we start demanding and we start solving the problem for them. Because even the DMRE are completely under-resourced. They don't have the human resources. They don't have the physical resources. There's a couple of very knowledgeable people there, and then there's a bunch of people that are there for other reasons. But how the hell is it that a country with one of those biggest circles on the map can't even get a mining cadastre? You know, the minister begs me to stop beating him about the mining cadastre. Musa begs me to stop causing trouble about the mining cadastre. I asked the question of why isn't there a mining cadastre? Something's up. The minister said in July, he promised us that it has been awarded now. It is an off-the-shelf solution. It's going to be easily implementable. It's now sitting with the state intelligence, information technology. So now state information technology are going to take 2 years apparently to approve this thing, and then by then we'll all be dead and there won't be a mining industry. If we don't talk about it, the elephant will stay in the room. So I ask you all to start becoming the voice of the industry. We cannot keep accepting it. We've got to stand up and shape up, because nobody else is doing it for you. Have you noticed? There's nobody else doing it for you. So really, I'm asking you guys, you know, you the front end of this, you dealing with it on a daily basis. We know what that set of problems which are made go away. You know, all these things and the looming things, the review of NEMA, the review of the MPRDA. We all know that the MPRDA is going to be reviewed. There's been a statement about it. Is that going to be good or bad? We all know that I've been fighting for the last 5 years to change the term for prospecting rights. There's a reason why there's no greenfields exploration, because the longest that you can hold an exploration right in South Africa is 8 years. On average, it takes 20, 25 years to prove a base metal deposit to the point that you can actually start mining it. So who the hell is going to invest money on greenfields exploration if there's no statistical chance in hell, unless you are Robert Friedland with the best exploration crew in the world, to find something and prove it in 8 years? We've got to start making the DMRE and the minister aware of this. So there are organizations, and this GSSA is one of those organizations. We mustn't just be a bunch of blind scientists. We've also got to take responsibility for this regulatory environment that we operate in. And this list was just something that I put on paper at 4 o'clock this morning. I can give you 4 more pages like this. But the world's changing. Our world around us is changing very quickly. There's this Access to Agricultural Land Act that's coming up. NEMA's been reviewed. If you don't get involved in looking at the environmental and the social and the water and everything else, you won't get access to the property. And then we may as well all just move north of the Limpopo. You know, or we all just do the job and operate out of Cape Town and Nelspruit. So I'm over beating you. I'm here to take your advice and share your frustration. So if you've got questions, that's it.
Thanks, Errol.
My short question is, how? How do we actually go about and make a difference? What do we have to physically do? I mean, I've walked into a number of the DMREs, particularly in Northern Cape, and you can stand and shout till the cows come home. What do we have to do in order to make that difference that you're talking about?
So when we are with the DMRE and the CGS, because the CGS is an alter ego of the DMRE, they're the likable cousin in the whole thing. We've got to be speaking to them about it, and we've got to be insisting. There is the Minerals Council, and there are other forums that we can operate through. Get involved. And, you know, the engineering companies, I could start naming and shaming now. Let me rather not do that. But the advisors, you know, I remember when we all went charging off into Africa in the 90s and the 2000s, we had these experts that went ahead and went and dealt with governments to change regulatory environments. Where are those advisors now? You're busy advising everybody north of the Limpopo. You've got to get involved in advising here, because your client base is shrinking. Your client base is shrinking on your home turf, and it's the best business opportunity for you. You should be getting involved in getting the solution. I invite you guys to get involved in the exploration forum of the Minerals Council. If you're not a producer, it costs you next to nothing. Get involved and give input. Channel stuff through me. I sit on the board of the Minerals Council. I arm wrestle with a minister once a month, once every 2 months, when his diary allows. But find the solutions, delve into this and tell me, listen, this is actually happening. I can't do all of this myself. And it worries me that I'm doing too much of this myself. I come to inform people of what I've done because I think I've got a mandate, and I'll go tell the minister what I think we need. I need you guys to be channeling information to me in a meaningful way. I mean, I can't filter 40,000 documents of whinging, and we've all got 40,000 documents of whinging. So please channel it through me, channel it through the Minerals Council. There is the Junior Mining and Exploration Desk. They are the secretariat. They will filter it. We have regular meetings and forums, and the minister has invited us, and I think there's another follow-up meeting early in December. So 2 weeks ago, the minister summoned us to Pretoria, and the CEOs of the industry went and sat there. It's amazing how many of the CEOs of the industry are geologists, or they were, like me, historically geologists. So he said, I need solutions, guys. I need you to give me the solutions. We need to get those solutions crisply on 2 pages in bold capitals and bullet points, so that it can be understood and can be executed.
Errol, wouldn't it be worthwhile actually putting your presentation today onto the net and circulating it to anybody who's interested in the future of mining in South Africa, and putting a questionnaire out and getting direct feedback from mining engineers, from geologists, from anybody who has an interest in the future of this country and its mining, and collating that so that, I mean, I wouldn't put it all in your lap, but the point is that if you can get feedback from different quarters and you have access to the minister.
Yeah, you'll see
It's
I use
probably
Council. You'll see I've used the Minerals Council logo here. It will be put on the net, and GSSA are welcome to distribute it. And I'm going to invite people to channel solutions through the desk, and I'll give you the information connection for the desk.
But possibly further afield than just the geological fraternity, because there are a lot of related interested parties.
Yeah.
Thanks, Errol. So you mentioned the trust deficit, and I mean, obviously I can guess a couple of reasons why we don't trust the DMRE. But I think the deficit probably, from what I understand of, I mean, I've listened to a couple of your talks and people like Paul Miller, etc., you know, going off about all these things. why doesn't the DMRE trust us? Because I know why we don't trust them. How can we fix that trust deficit both ways?
I think there's two sides to why the DMRE don't trust us and why we don't trust them. Firstly, as an industry, I think we've got to take it on the chin that there is a legacy. And there's an ongoing legacy. I sat with this or a similar presentation, a modified version of this yesterday for 5 hours in another forum. And it was, and the DMRE were represented in that. And they said, but there is still a problem. You know, yesterday I attended the presentation on the manganese fields, and I attended presentations on all sorts of things. Yeah, there are companies that are sitting with 150 years worth of reserves of various minerals. That's a challenge. I understand why they're doing it, because as I've grown up and grown older and my blood doesn't boil as badly as what it used to, I understand that you do have to control the market. You know, the reason why there is still a diamond market is because De Beers controlled it and they created it. There was a time that I hated them for having done it, but I understand the value of it now. And I understand why we can't saturate the platinum market at the moment. I can also understand, you know, the value of stuff that is a marginal resource today that you've invested billions of rands in getting to the point that when the price of the commodity changes, you know, and when technology allows, you know, we invest very heavily in refining technology at the moment, because personally, I believe that that's where we're going to make the big impact. As geologists, we're all running out looking for high-grade deposits because the world needs high-grade deposits. No, it doesn't. It needs more metal. And if we can solve the value chain, we can mine a lot more at lower cutoffs, and a whole lot more reserve becomes available. So we need to get the DMRE to understand the economics of mining. In this meeting that I sat with yesterday, you know, I was sitting with a senior person that's an advisor, and you could see the light go on. Nobody had explained to him the impact, the negative impact of economics of not giving 5 people the rights on the same mining right for different minerals, just because you never filled in all 420 lines when you went and applied for your prospecting and mining right originally, because you thought you'd have it. So there is a trust deficit because there are rent takers in the DMRE. We all know it, and those of us that go in the room see it. There's people that get away with murder. Why? And there's people that don't. Why? I've got my own conclusion of why there's not a cadastre. You know, a cadastre is nothing better than a management and audit system. It's a GIS management and audit system. And when something's transparent and binary, it's either yes or no. There's nowhere to hide, and there's no discretion. You know, one of those things of the changed MPRDA is a suggestion that there has to be more discretion. Hell, look where discretion has got us. Where would discretion have got us when we were dealing with Zwane? You know, when I came back to South Africa, the first minister that I was dealing with was Zwane. I can tell you it wasn't very pleasant. Now we deal with Gwede, and it's a hell of a lot better. And there's some history of somebody that understands a bit about mining. And of course, he's got his own way of doing things. But how do we know that it's not Julius next year? You know, with a stated intention of going another way. So what is discretion? Discretion is our biggest risk. It sounds wonderful. And you'd say, no, in a reasonable person's hands, or as the law is written, in a reasonable man's hands, but it's a reasonable person's hands. But we can't control who that reasonable person is, and we can't measure who that person is. So we have to rely on binary outcomes. I honestly believe that that is the best thing. And that's where a minerals cadastre is the ultimate in a control system. And most of you are working in countries where there are cadastres. It works because you can instantly see what's going on, and you can query it if it looks wrong. I have had a mineral right stolen from me in Australia. and it's still dealing with a ministerial challenge, and it'll end up in a legal challenge. So it does happen elsewhere in the world, but it's easier to prove it. In South Africa, there's no proof. It's all subjective.
Thanks, Errol. That was pretty depressing. But yeah, I mean.
So I'm not fired.
Well, I mean, we can go into the bar maybe straight after this. What makes you think it can be fixed? Because the cadastre, even if you have one tomorrow, the underlying data is going to be a mess. You know, it's
a
really
90-10 rule. Start
Possibly.
dealing with 90% of the problems and the 90% of the easy things, and the 10% problems can
Yeah.
be solved later.
I just suspect you're going to have to cancel 90% of the licenses out there to actually fix it.
Perfect. That'll solve 90% of the problems, because it becomes a filter. If the company no longer exists, it's been deregistered. If the directors of the company aren't even in South Africa anymore, or cannot be found, you know, there's a set of filters. There's a whole set of filters. And, you know, this first come, first serve. It's the first qualifying applicant must be first served. It's a simple filter. It's just not being applied. So that you can do in no time. About 80% of the active prospecting and mining rights in South Africa are in the hands of people that have some kind of digital management system. Most of it is sitting in the old Trimbles and the, you know, geospatial stuff. So it's available. It can be imported. The industry volunteered to pay for it to be handed over to independent audit companies to import into the system for the DMRE. So they get 80% of the active rights in the country in their system, audited and functional within 6 months, if they go for Trimble. So there are solutions. And yes, the reason why there isn't a cadastre is when you open those doors, there's skeletons that are going to, you just step aside. There's going to be skeletons all over the place. But let's deal with the skeletons afterwards. At the moment, the doors are staying closed and nobody's getting into the cupboard, and the minerals are staying in the ground. So let's get the 80% operating more efficiently. Let's help educate the DMRE and the decision makers and the regulators, and put pressure on the Department of Water, the Department of Environment, the Department of Human Settlements, and actually become a voice. Because at the moment, the toying troublemakers are the ones that have got the voice, and we are absent. Catch me in the bar later.
I'll be quick, hopefully. Say, for example, we fix the cadastre system tomorrow, and it's not a mess. And also the day after tomorrow, we have another percent of, just 1 extra percent of global exploration spent. Will we know how to apply that capital or allocate that capital properly to increase the success rate of turning deposits into income generating assets as quickly as possible? Because to me, that's another part of where we need to really seriously look at, do we have the skills? Can we do it? Do we know how to allocate capital? Do we know how to start with the basics, park areas or deposits that won't make money, but choose the right ones that can make money quickly, generate those jobs quickly? Well, I'm saying quickly, I know it takes time, but I mean, just to be selective in how you apply the capital so that you can get the return on investment as quickly as possible, get the trust back that's been eroded, because I think a lot of trust has been eroded, and I think we definitely have a part to play in fixing that trust as well. And that's, to me, a big responsibility that we have as geoscientists also. Apart from, you know, fixing the cadastre, there's definitely a role that we have to play also.
Yeah, look, and that is the universal challenge. We have had a skills drain and a brain drain out of South Africa. But you know what? Money solves a lot of that. If investors are prepared to put their money in, they will put their money into the projects with the best opportunity. Money will decide. And money will then bring the skills and the resources back and repatriate them. How many of our South African mates do we bump into everywhere in the world that will tell you they'd love to come work back in South Africa if it was workable? So, yeah, I think if we just solve the regulatory challenge, the forces of market will solve a lot of the rest, but it will take time. The damage is done, guys. You know, it takes 25 years to find a greenfields base metal deposit. It's probably going to take 35 years in South Africa because it's going to take time to get back up to speed. We don't even have drilling rigs in the country, man. I can't find geologists that can identify all minerals in a hand specimen. You know, it's shocking. We've got to take responsibility of training people. The next generation isn't coming through. And as fast as we train them, they bugger off. The best ones that we found, and, you know, for 5 years, we've been trying to work with universities and taking in interns and working with them. And the best ones have all gone. But there are others here that want to work and want to be in South Africa. We've got to pick them up and we've got to mentor them and make them go. Sorry, I'm way over time. I'm going to run for cover now.
Great, thanks, Megan, and good morning or good afternoon to all of you. Yeah, I'm going to be talking about another project outside of South Africa, that being the Imitia Mira copper deposit in Namibia. And then to draw similarities with that, I'm sure you're aware of the large copper deposits in the Domes region of Zambia. But just to start off, I'd like to acknowledge Kraton Mining and Exploration and their consent for me to talk on their project, Imitia Mira. MSA has been working on this project for the last couple of years. It has a long exploration history and is currently in the final stages of a BFS study. But we've been involved there for the last couple of years, basically supervising or managing on-site infill drilling, data management, and mineral resource updates. Also, before moving to the next slide, this topic on the deposit and the similarities with the Domes region is by no means a new idea. It's been developed by quite a few people, and notably by Sean Kitt, who did a PhD on this deposit in 2017. He's published quite extensively on that, along with other authors, notably Nick Stephen back in the day, Ken Maiden, Carl Hartman, and Alex Kister. So just to acknowledge them. Just a quick overview of what we're going to be talking about. I'd like to set the scene just with a brief regional overview, and then spend most of the time talking about the deposit itself, the model, because it's a little bit different in terms of a copper deposit in Namibia, the geology, mineralization, exploration history, seeing as we're in an exploration showcase meeting, and then just at the end to draw some parallels with that Domes region in Zambia. So just in terms of the regional context, Imitia Mira is sitting right over there. That's Namibia. It's just about 150 km northeast of Windhoek. But the reason I'm putting this map up, and it's a bit cluttered, it's an old BRGM map, but it shows all the mineral deposits in this Southern African, Central African sub-region, including the copper ones. And the emphasis of this talk is, of course, on copper. But just to point out the main copper districts, provinces, we all know Central African Copper Belt, first and foremost, the largest and highest grade sediment-hosted copper deposit in the world. And that's just a zoom out there. It straddles Zambia and the DRC. That's the Lafilian Arc, which is the traditional copper belt, which has been explored and mined for well over 100 years. The Domes region is sitting here in kind of north central Zambia, and that's what we'll be referring to a little bit later. So that's the Central African Copper Belt. A little bit closer to home, the Kalahari Copper Belt here, which Zandri spoke about yesterday. That is, it's also seen a long exploration history since about the 1960s, but has really come to the fore lately with companies like Khoemacau Copper Mining and Sandfire Resources, who are developing mines there and have a very large exploration footprint and budget. So that's looking really promising, particularly on the Botswanan side. So that belt's about 1,000 kilometers long. It extends into Namibia. There's been historical mining at Klein Arb back in the 80s, I think, as part of that KCB region. Elsewhere in Namibia, as far as copper is concerned, there's obviously Tsumeb, Combat, and Chudi sitting up there in north central Namibia. Those are hosted in metasedimentary rocks of the Damara supergroup. And then down in the south, current exploration by Deep South Resources on the Hybe copper moly deposit. So that's in a nutshell kind of the prominent copper deposits or regions in Namibia, and of course the Matchless as well at Achahazi, also part of the Damara. Mitiamira is a little bit different. It's in that it's a structurally controlled copper deposit that's hosted in basement rocks, so a little bit older and unique in a Namibian context. Certainly we see very similar deposits in Zambia, but there's only one of a kind in Namibia as far as we know. All right, so just zooming in on the central part of Namibia on the left-hand side, Windhoek's over there for context. The project area in Mitiamira is sort of 150 k's northeast, as we said. This is the Damara origin, basically the convergence of the Congo craton with, the Kalahari craton with the Congo craton up there that initiated this Damara orogeny. And I'm not going to go into the various zones of the Damara. It's not really a focus of this talk, other than to mention the southern zone here, which you see in green there, just exploded on the right. That is the southern zone, and Mitiamira is sitting up there. It's on the eastern flank of one of 3 basement inliers or basement domes, which is pretty important, and we'll get on to talk more about that. All this green here is basically part of an accretionary prism, infill like metaturbidite sedimentary rocks of the Quiseb formation that sort of infill this trench that developed that is bounded on the northern side by the Okahanya lineament. So if we go on the next slide is a schematic cross-section, north-south cross-section. That'd be north-south. You can see the Kalahari craton here and the Congo craton. And this is a model that's been developed by several workers, authors, I think beginning with Carl Cash in the 1980s, Roy Miller, and then Sean Kitt more recently. And this is what we think are the sort of the model or the evolution for the Mitiamira deposit, in that you have basically the convergence of these 2 cratons, with the Kalahari craton subducting beneath Congo craton, and this almost this scraping off of basement slices or naps off the descending Kalahari craton. So you basically have these basement slices being exhumed, as it were, forming thrust or nap complexes, and breaking through, piercing through this younger cover. So the green here is your Quiseb metasediments, the turbidite rocks that we spoke of, and you have these basement domes essentially just being exhumed and poking up through that younger cover. Just in terms of the metamorphic assemblages in the Quiseb formation in these metasedimentary rocks, you're looking at burial depths originally of about up to 35 kilometers. And also important to state here that we see similar tectonometamorphic events on the in the Lefillian arc, basically along strike within that domes region. Just zooming in then to the actual area of interest, Mitiamira is over there on the eastern flank of the Ekuja dome. That's about 400 square kilometers, so it's reasonably large in size, and it's one of 3 basement inliers or domes that occur in the region. Carl Cash was the first to do a whole lot of work there. He basically mapped that whole area and published on it. The dome itself is composed of basically it's Mesoproterozoic in age, gneisses predominantly with subordinate amphibolites, and that is structurally overlain by these Queenshead formation metasedimentary rocks, which you see here with these structural form lines sort of surrounding the dome. So that geology looks all fine and well, but the exposure is almost zero. And it's basically limited to the course of the Black Nossob River, which is down here. And as luck would have it, the Black Nossob River passes right through the middle of the deposit. So one of the things in the BFS is looking at diverting that river. And then, yeah, just a couple of other points. Structural control and mineralization, which we'll see as we go along. That is a strong characteristic of the deposit. So here we see, this is the Black Nossob River, typical Namibian river, sand-filled, and Kalahari cover basically extending across most of the area, sand, silt, and calcrete up to 10 meters thick. So it's not really that thick, but it does mask the underlying geology quite effectively. So the 3D model that's been created in the resource estimate and so on is based largely on drill hole data and on a bulk sample pit that we'll see later on that affords at least some exposure. So yeah, these are some of the only exposures basically, and just zooming in, these are some of these banded gneisses, felsic gneisses on the flanks of the river. You can see the strong gneissic foliation, and this is looking north basically. So there's a strong north-south element, structural element to the region and to the deposit itself. So you have the strong fabric development with interfolial folds and quite a well-developed rodding lineation that's north-south. And then that's what that looks like in core, these felsic gneisses, which, as I said, they're by far the predominant rock type within the Echuca Dome. Right, this is the bulk sample pit, which is pretty useful because it creates some really nice exposure. Of critical importance to Imitia Mera is that these felsic magmas intruded a mafic suite, and you can see these felsic gneisses form these large extensive sheets that anything from a few meters to tens of meters thick that intruded a mafic suite that was originally basaltic andesite in composition based on work by Nick Stephen, who did the initial geological work on the deposit or in the region. The mafic suite comprises 3 different rock types: amphibolite, hornblende biotite schist, and then biotite epidote schist, which are all the latter 2 are retrogressed metamorphic assemblages, which took place during exhumation of this dome. So this mafic suite is the main host to the copper mineralization, and it's up to well over 100 meters thick in places. Just some age dates that confirm, this is Nick Stephen again, that the felsic gneisses, quartzo-felspathic gneisses are slightly younger, then they intrude these more mafic assemblages. The last 2 bullet points here are really critical for the actual deposit itself, because it's geometrically or spatially confined to the zone where you have intrusion of these felsic gneisses into this mafic suite, forming an intrusive breccia, which we'll see. I think the next photo shows an example of that. And not only that, you have this intrusive breccia, but it's spatially superimposed by this, what's known as the Imitia Mera shear zone. That's basically an anastomosing network of myelinitic shear zones with which the retrogressed mafic rocks and in particular the copper mineralization is confined. So this is on the side wall, one of the exposures in that pit, and you can see here that intrusive breccia, your sort of felsic gneiss assemblages here, and the mafic, and hopefully you can see the copper staining on the surface here. Here we have a xenolith, a mafic xenolith that's been basically deformed, and this Imitia Mera shear zone is quite heterogeneous. You find high strain zones within it, and very often these xenoliths get sheared out and basically transposed into this prominent gneissic fabric. What you do see in places is sometimes amphibolite cores with rims of the more retrogressed sort of biotite epidote assemblages. That's what it looks like in core, looking at the mafic rocks and some examples of the felsic rocks. It's pretty much interbanded. But here on the left-hand side, you can see this is an amphibole biotite algan textured gneiss for schist. And then on the right, this is a biotite epidote schist, which turns out is the main host to the mineralization and also accommodated most of the strain. This is from Sean Kitt as well, one of his publications. Just a quick word on the structure. There's basically two deformational events that have been recognized. D1, which is an earlier event, but you seldom see that elements of that preserved. Occasionally you see D1 or S1 fabrics that have been folded during D2. But D2 is the main deformation phase that's related to this whole exhumation process. And these are some examples here. That's an isoclinal fold, sort of subhorizontal, and the fold axis trend north-south. So again, there's that strong north-south structural control, which is then overprinted on the deposit itself, as we'll see when we talk about the mineralization. Some more examples of this very strong rodding. And then an example just from the core. Here you've got a rootless isoclinal fold that's in contact with biotite epidote schist, just a few centimeters here, but they can be meters wide. We'll see where, and it is the main host to the mineralization. And then more your sort of algan textured amphibolitic gneiss. Right, just to, this is a bit busy slide, but on the mineralization, and these again are from Sean Kitt's work. I haven't included any of our slides or 3D slides from our own mineral resource work, but it's illustrated here very well. Basically, the first point to make is that even although the mineralization is hosted in Mesoproterozoic basement rocks, the actual age of the mineralization is temporally related to the Dameron orogeny. And as we said, it's hosted mostly in retrogressed mafic suite within the Omitomera shear zone. The felsic gneisses are almost exclusively unmineralized. So regarding the sulfide assemblage, it's quite unique again in that it's 90% chalcocite, and that chalcocite is hypogene. And we know that because it's included in some of the within epidote and also in drill hole intersections below 400 meters. So from a processing point of view, that's a great thing to have this predominantly chalcocite from a leaching point of view. We also have subordinate bornite and trace chalcopyrite. No iron sulfides have been recorded in the deposit. So that again makes it quite different from for example, the Central African copper belt deposits. The geometry of the ore body is defined by as I said, it's coincident with this intrusive breccia and the Omitomera shear zone. And you end up with, okay, look in plan view first, north-south trending sort of copper enriched zone over several kilometers. If we look at it in section, that's looking to the northwest. So it dips at a moderate angle to the east. And also because it's sitting on the edge of this dome towards the north, it plunges to the north and plunges to the southeast. So it's like it forms a gentle saddle type geometry. Also important to mention here, you have these stacked mineralized lenses, obviously being hosted within the mostly within the biotite epidote assemblages. You have stacked lenses being developed, anything from a few meters to well over 100 meters. So you can kind of see that with the grade shells here. What else to say? Okay, higher grade shoots. So again, a structural control here. We see there are two prominent ore shoot directions, which they've called OS1 and OS2. This is an oblique view. It shows it perhaps a little bit more clearly. Those trend north-south, and they basically represent zones of thickened mafic assemblages, which are preferentially mineralized. So there is that structural control on the mineralization, and you can kind of see it here as well. and then some sort of northeast linking structures that are also preferentially mineralized. So again, emphasizing the structural controls. We have a look at what this looks like, and this is again from the Palm pit. These are your more sort of felsic gneisses at the top that are barren and form these extensive sheets. And then this is the mafic suite here. And again, hopefully you can see it. There's sort of secondary copper staining throughout that, the mafic rocks. If we look in a little bit more detail closer up, there's a scale bar for scale. This is the contact between these felsic gneisses and the more mafic assemblages. And mineralization, often the highest grades close to that contact, but within the mafic host. And then we also see there are the quartz vein hosted mineralization as well. But for the most part, the mineralization is disseminated and sits along within the gneissic fabric, also in pressure shadows and on the edges of competent minerals, and also in fold, little like chalcocite dominated folds as well. So it is pretty much, I think, fair to say, syntectonic, some of this mineralization during the late stages of the Dammar and orogeny. To have a look at the mineralization in core, this is from one of the holes that looks like it's not properly all lined up. Not great, but anyway, the point is to show the mineralization, and that is one of these biotite epidote schists, just 10-20 centimeters, that's preferentially mineralized. This will be a shallow intersection of 23 meters depth, so it's all oxide here. There is an oxide, well-defined oxide cap to this ore body, but deeper down dip, this would be all mostly chalcocite. Right, just a brief word on the exploration history, seeing that is the theme of this meeting. And I'm not going to go through this in detail, but the next couple of slides summarize the exploration history of the deposit. It's been known since the early early 70s and recognized through sparse malachite outcrops and surface, bearing in mind the poor exposure. But the first work was done from in the mid 1970s, the normal sort of geochem, generating anomalies, percussion drill holes, and I think those are the better intersections, but the grades are quite important, 0.5%. So really low grade when you consider at the time, they were mining things like Tsumeb and Combat, much, much higher grade, Ochahazi as well. So there was kind of like a 10-year hiatus before sort of 1989, where I think nothing happened because of the perceived lower grades. But then there's quite a bit of work that's been done since then by various companies. The current owners assumed control or started work in 2007, and just hopping on, basically they've been involved since then. Kraton Mining and Exploration is like 100% owned subsidiary of International Base Metals Limited. That's a private Australian company. And just to cut a long story short, over that period, basically from 2010, the last 10 or 12, 13 years, over 120 kilometers of drilling have been done here. So a substantial amount. That is the current mineral resource base, 81 million tons at 0.6. So still, not the best grades in the world, but a significant size. And when we go on to look at the Domes region deposits, that grade is fairly similar to what we see in those giant deposits such as Sentinel. So that writes just an example, some of the earlier work by Kraton. That's basically their EPL outline. This is the Akuja Dome, Mitiamira here, but there are other anomalies as well that remain to be fully tested. They're just throwing that in. That is part of our drilling management earlier this year. I think this was in particular drilling geotech holes for additional geotech data and samples. Right, then to just look at turn our attention to this Domes region. This is the same slide as we saw previously. So Mitiamira, that's a distance of about 1,200 kilometers. But then just zooming out to have a closer look at the so-called Domes region. So that's your sort of classic or traditional copper belt extending from Zambia through into the DRC. It's been operating, as we said earlier, for over 100 years. The domes region here extends from the Kafue Dome here, which is within the main copper belt, Luswishi, and extending out towards the west, sort of also in an arcuate fashion, which is the general sort of geometry of that whole Lufilian arc. Just to point out the big deposits, the major ones is Kansanshi on the Solwezi Dome, Lumwana on the Mwambezi Dome, and Sentinel, which is in the Kabompo Dome. Those are three really large deposits, large mines that are currently in operation. There's a whole bunch of prospects that are in exploration plays that are looking at other targets around those domes. Just to summarize some of the characteristics of this region and the parallels with what we see at Umeti Amira. There are large deposits that we've said. They're not exclusively copper. At Lumwana, you've got serious uranium credits as well. There's also Kalambila, which is predominantly nickel. So you have other elemental associations, uranium, nickel, cobalt, within these deposits as well. But what it does, and the point to make here, is that these sort of basement dome deposits are a distinctly different style to your traditional copper belt DRC Zambia type mineralization, which is basically sediment hosted and very well known. As far as the dome, these sort of dome inliers in Zambia are concerned, they're Paleoproterozoic to, well, I think also Mesoproterozoic in age. So similar and older to what we see in the Akuja Dome at Umeti Amira. And in a similar sense, on the Namibian side, in the domes region in Zambia, they're overlain by Katangan supergroup metasedimentary rocks, which are temporarily equivalent to the Damara in Namibia. And we see similar metamorphic grades and fibrillite fascies with elements such as, or minerals such as kyanite, phlogopite, muscovite, garnet being developed. In the mineralization, it's fairly complex, I think, it's fair to say, hosted both in basement gneisses and in the overlying metasedimentary rocks, but both sort of amphibolite fascies lithologies. And then just to highlight the domes region and its importance, I've stated here that that a lot of people regard it as one of the most prospective copper regions in the world, and that's it's a bit difficult to say that. You might think with things like Kamoa, Kakula, and those spectacular grades. Here again, we're seeing like on average 0.5% copper between this is Sentinel, Lumwana, and Kansanshi. So around about 0.5% copper, but very large. I mean, you're looking in the case of Kansanshi at over 1 billion tons, and these are current total mineral resource estimates for those deposits. And then the other point to make here is I've put in the added the 2022 last year's copper production from these operations, just to put them in context of just how big they are. So Sentinel, 242,000 tons, Lumwana, Kansanshi, those three mines by themselves, over 500,000 tons of copper produced last year, which is almost 70% of the total copper produced in Zambia. And the other point to make is that Kansanshi's been known for a long time. So there's been intermittent mining there for a very long time. But for the rest, Lumwana and Sentinel, those are relatively recent discoveries and new operations that have really come to fore in the last 10 to 20 years. So the Domes region is relatively new from a discovery and mining perspective. But having said that 70% of Zambia's copper has been produced from that region. First Quantum Minerals that holds the Sentinel and Kansanshi operations produced just over 50% of Zambia's copper by themselves alone last year. And the other point to make is that Zambia's copper production for since 2020 has been declining. That is largely a function of declining production on the traditional copper belt itself, which last year was 238,000 tons. So that is becoming less productive, or there's other issues there. And certainly the Domes region is becoming much more of a copper player within a Zambia context. If we have a quick look at just what one of these deposits looks like, and this is just a prospect, it's not a deposit in its own right. And this is in Nyungu, and it's taken from a paper by Silito in 2015. And it shows the Nyungu prospect, which is on the far western flank of the Kabompo Dome. And what we see here these are grade shells, 0.5% copper in the orange, and 0.1 to 0.5 in the blue. But you have these stacked sort of strata-bound lenses developed over sort of tens of meters, but that extend laterally along strike for several kilometers. Sorry. So in a way, this is fairly similar to what we see at Mitiamira, in that the mineralization is strata bound within shear zones and within high strain domains, and we see these stacked sort of mineralized lenses being developed over substantial thicknesses in some cases, but certainly over substantial strike lengths. So kind of in summary, begs the question regarding exploration potential. What happens between this Domes region up here and Mitiamira? You'll see that I said it's over 1,000 kilometers, and it's mostly covered by Kalahari cover. In the case of sort of Western Zambia, up to 150 meters thick. So this is a region, that's that I think is very prospective, bearing in mind that you have this thick cover. These deposits tend to be low grade. They need to be open pittable then. So that cover is a serious sort of constraint to bear in mind. This slide on the left is taken from Chilekwe Mwango in a presentation in 2020 from the SEG's Mwali Symposium, which was very successful. And spoke specifically about this whole region in Zambia, DRC, and what we see. This is just one of his slides, and it just shows this Domes region extending to the west, and that's the border with Angola. Anglo American is currently busy there looking at potential extensions out to the west, and then through Angola, what happens there, in terms of prospectivity is the big question. So just in summary, Mitiamira is a unique kind of copper deposit in a Namibian context, at least. It's one of a kind there. It's hosted in basement rocks, which is a major difference, exhumed during the late stages of Dama and orogeny. We see very similar style deposits in the Domes region of Zambia, which account for a substantial proportion of copper production there. And then, the question mark over the intervening area, what happens there? And I know that there's quite an exploration rush into Angola at the moment, and I think this will be one on the agenda there. It was one of the prospective target types that have been explored and looked for. So I think, it's a question of wait and see, watch the space, and to see what comes about through more work in the area.
Hi, Mark. Thanks for that. Very interesting talk. So going back to Mitiamira, you mentioned that the biotite garnet schists were taking much of the strain, and that's where your copper had then come through. Was there any evidence during drilling that that strain is still present?
Sorry, could you repeat the last sentence?
Was there any evidence during drilling
that
that strain is possibly still present?
I don't know. I know there's a lot of geotechnical work that's been done there. And that was certainly the effort, in the final stages of the BFS, is to collect as many samples as possible to try and characterize to geotechnically characterize, because this is obviously going to be an open pit, and you've got this sort of moderate dip. So geotechnical issues with this heterogeneous high strain sort of domain is an important factor. So there was a specialist company looking at that in terms of trying to quantify the geotechnical parameters around an open pit situation. So I think that biotite epidote schist is very it's pretty weak, and as you've seen in some of the slides, it can be centimeters thick, can be meters thick. So I think it could be, well, it would be a kind of a geotechnical potential issue.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll be quick. Thanks, Mike. It was a good talk. So Zambia's planning or is forecasting 3 million tons per annum by 2030. Do you think it's possible? And given that the Domes region accounts for 70% of their production, do you see that there might be any other place where they can explore for copper, or what are your thoughts on that? Can they achieve the 3 million tons?
Yeah, thanks, Tseho. Yeah, look, I think, you know, if you look at those domes, they cover quite a big area, and it's all, that area is quite tightly held from an exploration license point of view. There are numerous prospects. We mentioned 3 major mines, but there are numerous prospects around those domes that I think with further work would definitely see more resources coming online. So I see that the Domes region becoming much more prevalent in terms of copper production, sort of upwards of the 70%. I can see that happening. Yeah, and I think that's possible, because I think Zambia solved some of the other issues they had with mining companies. So I think the stage is a little bit clearer now, from an exploration and mining perspective, you know, to actually operate in that country. So I think it's looking up, and I think that we can look forward to seeing more resource development around the Domes region.
Yeah, welcome back after lunch. Yeah, so I'm going to be discussing the Twin Hills story. My involvement in the project is purely as a independent consultant. I'm the qualified person that signs off the mineral resources, and I wasn't in any way involved in the discovery of this project. But the gents that were, Dave Underwood and John Andrew, I worked very closely with them when I got involved in the project. So I'm just going to tell you a bit about the history and the evolution and why I guess I deem this as a success story in terms of exploration. Right, so the project is located in Namibia. Now, Namibia is generally considered as a fairly well-explored country, and I think a lot of that is as a result of the base metals exploration and mining of those commodities as well. Probably less so as a you know, as a gold destination. So we've seen this slide a few times over today and yesterday, but really the Damara supergroup is really kind of one of the main features of Namibian geology. Now, in terms of gold in Namibia, there's really only been two gold mines, or at least two reasonably sized gold mines over time. The one being Nabachab. Now, Nabachab was discovered in 1984, went into production in 1989. And the other further up north, Otjikoto. Otjikoto, discovered in 1999, went into production in 2013. Between those two, what's been mined and kind of what's left, you're looking at about 10 million ounces of gold. And that was around about the time, that 10 million was around about the time that Asino started their exploration in the area in and around Nabachab. So Nabachab, it's a skarn deposit, and basically a skarn forms when you've got carbonate rocks, in this case marbles, and that's intruded by well, it's basically metamorphism within those carbonate rocks that occurs due to an intrusion. Now, what we're seeing over here is kind of like the stratigraphic column. Now, the Nabachab mine, it's found within those marbles of the Okawayo member of the Arandis formation of the Swakop group. Now, I appreciate that's quite a mouthful, but in terms of additional exploration and trying to find similar deposits to Nabachab, you're obviously going to want to target the right type of rocks. So in this case, you want to be looking for carbonates, obviously, to find these skarn deposits. So if you're in the area of Nova Chub, you're kind of going to be looking at that Okawayo member. And another option for you is that Kariba formation, where you have these marbles. So just looking at across in that area, I don't know how well you can see those kind of red licenses there, but the Osino licenses, or at least the Twin Hills licenses, are located about 150 kilometers northwest of Windhoek. And they're in and around the towns of Isakos, Karibib, Amaruru, and Wilhelmstal. So just as a side note, Osino does also hold various EPLs outside of what I'm showing you here, in other prospective parts of Namibia as well. But we'll touch on those a little bit later in the presentation. So zooming into those EPLs, that's the current state of the EPLs now. Back in 2016, these things change over time as well. It would have looked more or less similar to that, with the odd change here and there. But looking at the geology in that Nova Chub area, as I said, this is kind of like a simplification of the geology. And I think the main things that you want to see over here is really those marbles. So it's kind of that rock type that kind of looks like like laid bricks. And then obviously you've got that rock type with the crosses in. Those are the intrusions into those marbles. And then I've taken the liberty here to kind of highlight in red where there are skarns within those marbles. So, the other thing to note here as well, so between those marbles, you have the Quiesep formation. Now the Quiesep, it's really made up of schists and metagraywackies. So obviously not a target when you're thinking of exploration in terms of trying to find another Nova Chub. So just kind of looking at more or less the same geological map, but just with a bit of color on. What I want to demonstrate to you is kind of those blue rocks in the north and the south. Those are the marbles, right? Now, those are actually marbles from the same formation. What you're seeing is if I draw a cross section through here on that line, that KK line, you're actually seeing a syncline. So you can see the marbles there in blue. Okay, so anyway, so you can see the marbles in blue. You can see that typical syncline that runs through there. And then contained within that, you have that Quiesep formation, which is your schists and your metagraywackies. Okay, so Osino in 2016, once they had the EPLs, their first exploration attempt was really to try and find another Nova Chub, right? So try and go to areas of known mineralization. The one area known as Goldkipper had been explored previously. So after the discovery of Nova Chub, Anglo American and Bafex did quite a lot of exploration in this area, trying to find another deposit. What they did find are some intersections, some areas of interest. Goldkipper was one of them. So they started out with stream sediment sampling and narrowed that down, did some soil geochem, thought the target looked promising and poked a few drill holes in there. Nothing really came of that, but they did intersect some mineralization. It was nothing worthwhile chasing after. But when Osino got this ground, they went back in there, drilled a few of their own holes, and came out with more or less the same story, right? You found mineralization. It was patchy, discontinuous, nothing you could really join up and build a model around, or at least estimate and report a mineral resource. So they went back to the drawing board to kind of see, well, maybe using this model of skarn deposits is not the best in terms of exploration. Maybe what we need to do is kind of go back to first principles, and that's exactly what they did. They went back and started thinking about things in terms of an orogenic model. So started thinking about where are the major structures here regionally. Let's find them and let's see what's what we can glean from those structures instead of just restricting ourselves to these marbles. So from that work, they managed to interpret a large regional structure, and that's referred to as the Karibib Fault. So on our geological map here, again, we're seeing the blue marbles. You'll notice that Karibib Fault runs between the marbles. So that's in the Kusep Formation. Now, as mentioned, that kind of wasn't perspective back in the old days. So with this changing of thinking, they started to come up with some new ideas and perhaps a way to generate some new targets. So what they did was, starting on the eastern side, did some a soil geochem, and as they move towards the west, I think you can, if you kind of follow that Karibib Fault line from where it's written there, Karibib Fault, you kind of get to kind of like a yellow color. That yellow color is denoting where you have calcrete cover, right? So you could kind of do the soil geochem up to the calcrete, and then what they did is once they encountered the calcrete was to do some RAB sampling down to the top of bedrock, and kind of sample that as well, and kind of continued moving to the west. And the results that came out of that were really good. So you can see on this image over here, south of Goldkipper, which is the one in the north, kind of that follows that Karibib Fault. You can see these gold anomalies along the fault. And then as you're moving towards the west, where it's, and you see like the Twin Hills deposit, that's all under calcrete. So the target generation proved really successful in going back to first principles, and thinking about targeted exploration in terms of orogenic models. So then on the back of the targets, Osino poked a few drill holes, into these targets. So starting again from the eastern side and kind of moving to the west. What they noticed is as they moved west, the grades improved, which led them to where the current Twin Hills project is. And you can kind of see it's the sort of in the sort of the sense. Can you see? Sorry, just give me a sec. I use this one, yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll use this one on the screen. So you can see over here, that's where the Twin Hills deposit was discovered, and so they continued to drill a few holes in there, and every hole that they drilled picked up good mineralization, kind of mineralization that you could, ultimately, report a mineral resource from. And then just kind of going back to this section. So what you're seeing on this section here, that KF, that is the Karibib Fault that's running through the Kusep Formation. The Twin Hills deposit is not on that main structure. It's kind of found on these splays that come off that main Karibib Fault. So in places along that main structure, you'll pick up mineralization, but it seems like the higher grade mineralization occurs in these splays that come off that main structure. Right. So it was at this time, so that September 2019. That Haya Dawn, the CEO of Osino, was thinking, well, if we want to move forward with this project, we're going to have to get somebody involved, that can, build us 3D models and ultimately get towards reporting a mineral resource. And that's where I got involved in the project with the Osino team. So I met up with them at the Mining Indaba in Cape Town in 2020. And we were kind of, discussing, what's kind of needed to kind of get to a mineral resource, at least allow us to kind of start reporting an inferred mineral resource. And, we were talking about, maybe heading towards a 50-meter spacing. But what they had at the time were these drill holes that you're seeing on the screen. These are the collars of these drill holes. Now, Haya came to me and he said, is there anything we can do with this? I mean, essentially, you've got 16 diamond drill holes, you've got 17 RC holes, so 33 holes in a deposit like this. Probably not a hell of a lot you can do, but he said, take it and see what you can do with that. So I took the data. two things we always want to consider when we're looking at these things. The first one is obviously the data spacing. So in the top left there, you can see we've got holes drilled on fence lines, anything between 100 and 300 meters apart. On the right-hand side, although spaced 100 meters on the fence line, because of the dip of the holes, you're probably looking at about an 80-meter spacing between the holes. And the holes were sampled at 1 meter intervals. Yeah, and it's like Nico Denner said yesterday, you know, if you got a new project, you know, sample the hole from top to bottom, and that's exactly what the geologist did. Basically sampled from the top of bedrock all the way down to the bottom of the hole. So the only way you're really going to know what's going on, and proved valuable in actually finding and pinpointing exactly where the mineralization was, as well as the kind of the contacts of that mineralization. So the second thing to consider is grade continuity. So here we've got a section now. I think it's always good to think about like grade and continuity. There's this relationship between the two of them. Generally, where you've kind of got low grade, you've got high continuity. You know, on the flip side, where you've got high grade, you've got low continuity. In other words, where it's easy to kind of join low grade intersections up, because you're probably going to find them in every drill hole. Obviously, that's not the case with high grade intersections. High grades are normally going to be localized. Very difficult to kind of join them up. And especially if your holes are so far apart, there's a lot of uncertainty when trying to join up high grade volumes. So here, you know, if we look at kind of like a low continuity, right? So you can kind of draw a nice kind of volume through all of your drill holes. You know, as you increase that grade, in this case to 0.5, you know, things start to break up a bit more. And then on the extreme side at a gram per ton, you can't join anything up at that data spacing. So what we did as a first step is to say, okay, well, it's kind of a low grade envelope, but you know, let's take the 0.2, let's see what we can build in terms of a model. And what we wanted to do was, you know, to say, well, if this is, or if it could be a mineral resource, you know, how big is this thing? So what we did was we implied some limitations on this. So along strike, we said, okay, we're not going to go further than 100 meters from the fence line. We're going to chop it off at the top by the calcrete, obviously, and we're not going to extrapolate any more than 20 meters below the end of hole. So we're kind of like restricting ourselves in terms of, you know, maybe if we were going to call this an inferred resource, what would it look like? So within that volume now, I did a lot of sort of statistics and things like that. I'm not going to go into that. It's definitely the wrong conference for that. But what we came out with was an internal estimate. It's not a mineral resource, an internal estimate of around 1.5 million ounces. So from a kind of like a first stab, 17 drill holes, new deposit, I'd say that's pretty encouraging. You know, I think I get involved in a lot of projects where, you know, the first kind of estimate that you're looking at, you're kind of happy if you get to 1 million ounces. Yeah, they got 1.5 million ounces. The grades obviously are not screaming high grades yet, but they're solid grades. The deposit is close to surface, so it was really encouraging. And I think what that did was kind of make us, you know, kind of move into second gear. So that was back in May 2020. They went and they did a bit more drilling. So you're seeing they added the blue holes here. So by August, we kind of updated that type of estimate, came out with a similar answer, but the writing was really on the wall. And they made the decision, look, we really got to move ahead quickly and get this thing into resource. So they then went and drilled based on our recommendation at a 50 by 50 meter spacing on their holes. So by this stage, they added then, you know, all the yellow holes and had drilled a total of 32,000 meters. So we kind of did three, if I can call them internal estimates. They're not mineral resources, but it was giving us a guide as to what was there. So you can kind of see from May in yellow to August to November in the red, how the kind of the shape of that mineralized volume started to become more detailed as we acquired more data. You know, back in the first attempt, your data is widely spaced, so things are going to be oversimplified. But you can kind of see as you get more and more data, it almost becomes less interpretive. It becomes a case of, you can let the data actually model this thing, as opposed to you trying to infer, where those contexts should really be. The other thing that was worth noting is what you're seeing here in red is that mineralization, and the mineralization is all contained within that gray unit, the meta-greywacke. We don't find that mineralization in the schists, so kind of the brown and the blue, but you can see the mineralization again. It's not necessarily on any lithological contact. It's all in meta-greywacke. So it's not like in this case you can use a lithological model to really kind of constrain your mineralization. The mineralization is really constrained by kind of those structures, and that's where you're going to find it. While it's good to know the lithology, it's really not like a defining feature in the mineralization in this case. So we kind of then sped along. After we did those sort of 3 internal estimates, the fourth point there, we eventually reported the maiden mineral resource in April 2021. And that came out at 1.9 million ounces. So slightly more than our kind of internal estimates, based on limited, using the 0.2 gram per ton threshold to pull those volumes. We could now use a 0.4. So the 0.4, you've got more data, you can actually link things up really well. And we were able to model and estimate and then report that maiden mineral resource, which then later informed a preliminary economic assessment. So all these numbers were reported according to NI 43-101. So the PEA, in terms of a 43-101, is what it allows you to do is to take inferred mineral resources and apply economics to that and prove that you have an economic case for the project. Following proof of the project economics from the PEA, there was a whole bunch more drilling that was done. And then we did another update a year later in April 22, and that mineral resource then increased up to 2.7 million ounces. The whole time we were also thinking about the estimation method. So we used ordinary kriging. So we wanted to investigate another estimation method. It's called localized uniform conditioning, which we did, and then used that to 3.1 million ounces. And then in the latest update we did earlier this year, I got to a total of 3.2 million ounces for the project. Just a word on the localized uniform conditioning. Ordinary kriging is a widely accepted method, and this is kind of an example of a result you would get from it. Ordinary kriging is kind of an averaging, a local averaging estimator. So what it does, it will take samples within the local neighborhood and kind of assign weights to them and use those weights to assign weighted averages to blocks. So because you're kind of averaging, what happens is that you can't really represent the lower grades and the higher grades from the data in your block model, because everything is kind of smooth and average. So what the localized uniform conditioning allowed us to do is move from the model that looks like this to a model that looks like this, and you don't have any more data to do it. This is purely just how you can estimate it. It's really beneficial in terms of mine planning, right? Because now you can really start planning your mine, looking for those high grade areas, and start planning dumping strategy for low grade areas, which you could do with the ordinary Kriging model, but you can do it a lot better with this type of estimator. Okay, so ultimately what we had at the end, we found it, well, I say we, Osino found extensions to the initial area, or the initial discovery area. By the end, we had 225,000 meters of drilling from 1,069 holes. Drilling hasn't stopped. Drilling is continuing. We're kind of moving on to the next phase now, kind of almost drilling, or mimicking grade control grids. So drilling at 12.5 meter spacing, moving towards measured mineral resources. Yeah, so that's just the kind of the shapes of the mineralization that you're seeing in plan view. If you kind of tilt it around, you sort of bird's eye view. You can kind of see the marble ridges there. But obviously you can see the dip of these things that follow the dip of those splays coming off the Caribib fault. So ran a number of scenarios, obviously, to report the mineral resource. Because it's all open pittable, to run some reasonable prospects pit shells to report it using a gold price of 1,800. What we found as well, we run these at various gold prices. The deposit is not sensitive to gold price, which is really nice, So you can handle kind of fluctuations in the price, especially if they go lower. It's not really detrimental to the deposit at the end of the day. In terms of classification, initially when we were reporting inferred mineral resources at a 50 by 50 spacing, all those drill holes I showed you before, those 1,000 odd holes, everything was pretty much that 50 by 50 grid was kind of infilled. So you kind of put a hole in the middle of that kind of 50 square. So you ended up with a 35 by 35 meter spacing that was drilled across the entire deposit. And that resulted us in getting inferred mineral resources that you can see in the pits over here. Looking at it in terms of a long section, the only inferred mineral resources now is what you have right in life, and stuff that ultimately doesn't really affect the economics of a feasibility study at the end of the day. So that's where we sit at the moment. Measured and indicated resources of 2.94 million ounces. Those are obviously imported, the measured and indicated, because that's what really informs the project economics in a feasibility study. So you can see there's not really much inferred mineral resources left over. So they've really done a good job of pretty much drilling this whole thing out. And then just lastly, beyond Twin Hills itself. So kind of what you're seeing in the south here, those are the Twin Hills licenses. Osino has a license, EPLs in other areas. They also have a deposit called Ondundu that we've reported a mineral resource on. That's almost 1 million ounces. And then up in the north over here, Otjiwarongo, at the Eureka target, they for the last 2 months have been drilling, and there's been 2 reports of the intersections coming out of Eureka. They're the highest grade, best intersections that Osino's ever had in their history. So things are definitely looking up. I think we obviously a lot of focus on Twin Hills now, but there seems to be a lot more in terms of upside, in other areas on the EPLs as well. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So yes, as he said, today I'm going to talk about groundwater exploration in Africa. Deciding what to talk about wasn't easy. Groundwater exploration in Africa covers a very large array of important topics, let alone area. It also didn't help that my current projects, Amitio Mere and Twin Hills, have already been spoken about. So thanks, Mark and Don. So let me show you what I've put together. First, I want to sneak in some marketing, of course. So I'm from Knight Piézard. We are an employee-owned global consulting company. We were established in 1921, so 102 years old. Based first in South Africa, and we've now gone quite global. And our South African staff complements of about 210 people, and we've got offices. Southern Africa, we're covering South Africa up right to the DRC. And we also have a global stretch from Australia all the way to then Canada. So just quickly touching on the main, we provide consulting services to the mining industry, from tailings mine waste management, hydrogeology, what my team and I do, heap leach, pad design, geochemistry, you name it. Some of the other services that we do provide that aren't quite directed in mining, we do water, dam engineering, hydropower, our environmental side as well, environmental social impacts assessments, and going through from environmental auditing to due diligences, and infrastructure. Earth retaining structures, structural seawork, you can see that's not my field. Okay, so today I decided I'm going to touch on groundwater in Africa, and particularly focusing on the importance of water in mining and what challenges we do have there, and then a quick case study. So Africa's population is going to grow by more than 1 billion by 2050. So as that continent is expected to become drier due to climate crisis, groundwater remains neglected and underutilized. And in some countries, you've got enough water for more than 50 years. So for example, like Ethiopia, Madagascar. So the volume of groundwater that's held in Africa aquifers estimates to 0.66 million kilometers cubed. And as you can see from the map on the side there, you've got quite a large area where you have very high groundwater potential. The primary uses of water throughout your mining operations, these are really but a few: mineral conveyance, processing, separation, cooling, dust suppression, and these volumes of water range considerably depending on what you are mining. So you can see coal uses probably some of the least, gold, a bit more. So water availability plays a crucial role in geological exploration, as it affects accessibility and mobility of exploration teams. In areas with very limited water resources, exploration activities may be challenging and expensive, as water needs to then be transported over long distances, and in some cases, bought from locals at a premium. So additionally, water is essential for drilling and core sampling, which are critical techniques used in the to understand the geology of the area. So this is just a chip sample from percussion drilling. Can't see much, it's dusty. So what do we do as geologists? We hoy water on it. Where did we get this water? Generally, it's from your own water bottle, especially if you're in the early phases. Challenges facing groundwater exploration in Africa are similar to that of resource exploration. There's limited data on groundwater resources in Africa, making it difficult to identify potential sources and develop effective exploration strategies. Unpredictable nature of rainfall patterns in Africa makes it challenging to accurately predict availability of groundwater. And also with climate change and studies still ranging in that field, it becomes more difficult. Many African countries have limited financial resources and technical capacity to invest in groundwater exploration projects. I just want to get water. Love more water. Inadequate infrastructure, such as roads and electricity, can make it difficult to access and extract that groundwater needed. And groundwater exploration, of course, can have a negative impact, positive and negative impact on the environment, as, for example, contamination, depletion of aquifers, which can lead to long-term consequences for both environmental and human populations, and not to mention your mining operations. So to my case study, I worked on, and I really hope now that I've driven home the importance of understanding your groundwater resources for your mine. I want to talk about a project that was close to my heart, Kumekau Zone 5. I worked on this project several years ago, so around 2017, and I've sadly haven't had the opportunity to go back yet. So Zone 5 is located in the Ganzi Belt. And I'm not going to go through too much detail about the regional geology, as you know, Dr. Zandri Harris-Spear presented very well yesterday, and there's been a few talks on these rocks during the course of today as well. So a bit of background. The Zone 5 area had been at that time explored and drilled for water, but they were coming up, well, dry. So we were tasked at building a 3D hydrostratigraphic model that can assist in groundwater exploration. And actually that model would eventually go into your groundwater numerical models for mine water management. So I want to take you through my thinking process and how I would be bringing all the data together to develop this hydrostratigraphic model. Understanding the evolution of your basin that you're working in is critical. And the first step in understanding your conceptual understanding of the area and the groundwater regime. Stratigraphically, as mentioned, we're in the Ganzi Belt, with the mine focusing on the upper and lower Dakar formations, which are typical extension basin stratigraphy. So after the deposition of these units, you had some uplift, then you had folding. That folding was overturned, it was fractured, then it got stretched, and then eventually it got eroded down to the level that it is today. Looking at the first major event of after deposition, we have folding. Your dominant orientation is parallel to your bedding strike, which is around 144 degrees, with the average dip of 54 degrees. So during this folding, you had this incredible flexural slip. So along your weaker units, those layers would start to shear across each other. And this flexural slip can alter the dip plus around 15 degrees. This at the bottom, you can see a screenshot from the Leapfrog model that we got provided by the client. And you can see how beautiful those layers are. You can see very nice lines there. Unlike some projects in Africa, this one had some lovely data. Moving on to faults. Your principal architecture comprises of your linear faults that follow your strike and dips. You see that's the flexural slipping. And then faults and shears can be classified here as your major shears, which are generally unhealed. So this is something that as a groundwater, as a hydrogeologist, we're going to be looking for. You have your minor shears and these quartz shears. So the quartz shears really didn't seem to have much geotechnical impact on the rock mass itself. So the carbonaceous and the arenaceous units, so these ones were the weak units, and these were the ones that got impacted by that flexural slip. So this is something that was a favorable target. Some of the other carbonaceous of thinner units weren't quite as heavily impacted by the folding, and those shears have then managed to be healed. So there's evidence of perpendicular faults and minor shears within the massive sandstone unit, which is at the bottom of your Dakar. And it seemed to have had a hydrogeological impact. You then had, after the folding, you had then your stretching, your shearing, your strike slips faults there. And with those subsequent radial faults that come with the strike slip faulting, you get these small scale structures where you actually have dilation in some of those fractures. And that is then something we want to target. So we had some wonderful data provided by the client, lots of geophysics over the area, and it had already been interpreted. And it's quite clear that we are dealing with a structurally complex area. So you've got the yellow line there, I don't know if it is visible on the screen, but you've got a syncline, you've got an anticline, which is your purple line, and the mine then is located on this limb of your anticline there. So what you can also see here are those big northeast southwest shears. So there's there, and then these the orange structures, those are your radial, your R shears, your R structures that we are looking at. So looking at the current stress regime, it's very similar to the latest stress regime that had resulted in the sinistral strike slip. Currently, so we want to look at what the stress is going on in the rock at the moment. Are we getting extension or are we getting compression within those structures? Is it going to open our structures for groundwater flow, or is it going to compress it and cause potential barriers? We also look at joint condition. Are your joints rough? Are they smooth? Is it is it wanting groundwater to flow through it, or is it stopping groundwater flow? Are your joints open, closed, infilled? All of that detail, which is generally for geotechnical and for your structural geologists, we want to see, we want to look at that stuff. So this is just some shot. Obviously, we all have to show you our core. You can see your top left image here. That's some of the joints. You can see how beautifully smooth that is. We also then have multiple joint orientations concentrated around each other. That's actually in the carbonaceous, arenaceous rock. You can see almost how soft it looks, how brittle, and how vulnerable it is actually to potentially groundwater movement. My boss always says that even a fracture as thin as 3 business cards can provide you more water than a sand aquifer that's probably as high as this roof. Actually, probably one of my business cards, they're quite thick. You can come feel afterwards if you want one. All of this sort of feeds into rock quality designation as well. We are going to be looking for more your poorer RQDs, and generally, particularly with this this data set, these rocks, your low rock quality designation was generally related to brecciation, high fractured shear vein, those type of comments in the very, very large borehole database that we had. So I wanted to pull all of those areas out. So looking at permeability as well. So now we are in a heavily folded area. It has been metamorphosed. Your primary porosity has gone out the window. So now we're going to be focusing on secondary porosity. So water movement across bedding planes is going to be very limited unless you've got a structure that's going through there, enhancing that groundwater flow. Groundwater flow along the bedding plane. Also, it's going to be all right, maybe even bigger along your flexural slip. But it's your FAP that we are looking at. Sorry, it's not a swear word. It's actually fold axial plane cleavage, potentially a dirty word. So now I've got all my criteria that I'm looking at. I want to look at my specific hydrostratigraphic units, geologically related, structurally related. I'm looking at dikes, I'm looking at intersections. You're looking at the geotech. I want to isolate the joints and the structures that are between 60 and 80 degrees and more than 80 degrees. That's your fold axial planar cleavage. And your strikes between 89 and 135. So I wanted a long strike along that fold. And potentially the combination of these is going to provide me with an area of enhanced groundwater flow. This area had been drilled and they weren't able to find any water for the mine. So this was before the mine actually came about. And so this was a big, big task for me. So now this is just a very simple hydrogeological conceptual model, just to show you visually what we're looking for. We've got our radial and P shear fractures. You've got your shear zone itself, your flexural slip. So putting these all together, we want to get to targets. This is what we're going to be targeting, and that can then lead to the first drilling campaign. So how I went about it, I took the regional model that was provided by the client and I put a lot more detail into it. I used the geological logs, the geotechnical logs, the structural logs, brought all of that together to make a far more detailed, layered units there that we can see. Also had a look at the calcrete. Calcrete plays a huge role in geochemistry, particularly when you are dealing with acid. You know, if you're acid mine drainage, if you've got calcrete, it's like, I'm very sorry for this very poor cross section. I did the model in 2017. I tried to open it last night in Leapfrog 23.2, didn't want to. So this is a picture that I found in my files from 2017. So you can see the blue units here. Those are your carbonaceous, arenaceous rocks, and essentially my target for your flexural slip. to bring in the geotechnical stuff, I used Leapfrog to create numerical models where I isolated areas that had dip and strike of 60 to 80, dip and strike of 80. So I had various different numerical models. I then combined them. What's great about Leapfrog is you can create these combined models. And here we have zones that have the highest potential for groundwater flow, I think. So what I did, I used these to target some boreholes. And what's interesting with the structures, you can actually see these are the radal faults I had mentioned before that are associated with the shear zone. And you can see these units, these areas tend to be where we have these radal structures intersecting that shear. I placed 16 targets, 10 of which were chosen for drilling, and the first was dry. But I was on site. During the drilling, I was looking at those chips. I was looking at core that was available. And what's great about Leapfrog is that you are able to dynamically update it. So as soon as I saw what was coming out that hole, I knew I had to make a few changes. I adjusted some of the parameters, and 8 more boreholes were drilled. I told them this one's going to be dry because dry holds also information. Those 8 boreholes all hit significant water, and the mine is open today. So I gave myself 90% and a gold star. So just bringing that importance into understanding your geological regime, your structural regime, finding your structures that are going to be encouraging groundwater flow, that are dilated, is so important. Just for fun, I took my interpolants. This was in 2017. I thought I was being very novel. And I projected these interpolants onto that mine design that was there. And it was just quite interesting that you could actually use these to have areas that you can target specifically for structural controls, for tunnel stability and that. So that was just for interest's sake. Thank you.
Thanks, Camille. We do have time for a few questions. We've got one here from Reese.
Thank you, Camille. That's very interesting. I know that Kumukau was using SkyTem time domain EM data in their exploration workflow. Have you used any of that? I note you mentioned airborne magnetic data for fault mapping, but have you used any of the time domain EM data products in the groundwater assessments?
So it's considering we only had 20 minutes, I couldn't go into too much detail of all the intricate data that we did have. Let me just go to this image here. On the Aeromag and we had various different data sets of that we had different geophysical data sets there. And you could actually see where these structures were, where they were intercepting the shear zone. There was something going on just behind it. Obviously, from my perspective, not being a geophysicist, I just obviously see the colors and I see there's something different about that interception. And that really did assist me in focusing on that, trying to see what it is. And it started to point towards these features. So that was quite interesting. So with all our work, if we can get that geophysics in, obviously I get the interpretation from the geophysicist in that. But putting it all together, bring it in Leapfrog, seeing it in 3D, bringing it against your exploration geology and that, it tells the whole story. And I think that's also always very important to have those multifaceted data sets.
Okay, one more. Okay. You've done so well with your time, Camille. Let's have one more question.
Thank you for the presentation. So I have a question with regards to the data that you used. So did you have any maybe borehole data trying to determine maybe the drawdowns so as to justify more on the influence of those geological structures on the available groundwater in the area? So was there any borehole or any maybe pumping tests that were done for determining it?
So as mentioned, the data that was available in terms of groundwater was very, very limited. They had been drilling primarily that Kalahari sands. I mean, that goes down to over 100 meters deep. And then when they did hit water, it was quite far away from the mine. We did look at that, but the purpose of our investigation firstly was water supply. So we did then test pump those boreholes that we did hit water. All of that then went into a numerical model for groundwater modeling and then further exploration from that. But I changed jobs.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely to be here with the Geological Society. And Tanya, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm delighted there was another diamond presentation here with John. So often, when I attend conferences like the Junior Indaba and elsewhere, and conferences like this, there's typically only one diamond presentation, which is quite sad, seeing that diamonds, along with gold, basically had formed the Industrial Revolution of South Africa, and still we believe have a fantastic future here. Some may think this is actually the wrong time to give a presentation on something like this, the economic diamond potential, especially with diamond prices having dropped over 50% this year. But in fact, the opposite is exactly true. And I'm not just talking my book, that at times like these are times to develop assets, to make acquisitions because asset prices are low, and they're not times like these for operations. So often the larger mining companies buy assets and look at potential when asset prices are high, but that's the wrong time. You want to actually have these mines going into production when the prices are high. So therein why we're talking about the economic diamond potential of the Kalahari of Botswana. I've got four major things I'll be talking about in my presentation. I'm firstly going to talk about significant diamond discoveries. I feel it's very important to learn from history. My mother was a historian, and she says that history repeats itself over and over again. So a wise person hopefully learns the lessons of history. I'll then talk about the economic diamond potential of those deposits in the Kalahari at the moment, then into exploration potential for future kimberlite and diamond discoveries, as well as the future. And in the future, I don't just talk about technical developments, but also fiscal developments, and takes a few of the ideas which Errol was speaking about earlier, but in a Botswana context. And as many of you will know, that Botswana sits right at the very top of the Fraser Institute's survey of mineral countries in Africa, and South Africa sadly sits in the bottom quartile. So not only do we have to look at history because history repeats itself, but Albert Einstein said, if you want to know the future, look at the past. So I'm going to briefly dwell on the major diamond discoveries of Botswana. And I draw a lot from Dr. Mike de Wit's work here. He's appropriately acknowledged, and it's wonderful to see you in the audience. So Orapa. Orapa dates back, the work dates back to 1896 and 1899, where explorers were there in what was then the Bechuanaland Protectorate looking for gold and diamonds. But the first diamonds were only found in 1938. These were four tiny diamonds at a place called Pitsani. Fast forward to 1966, so substantial time later, Jim Gibson and Gavin Lamont then went and found further diamonds. And then it was only in 1967 when BK1, which is the Orapa kimberlite pipe, was discovered. And discovery means that kimberlite was actually found. And there is a picture of Manfred Marx, he lives in Australia, still going strong, the discoverer of Orapa, who went back to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the discovery of Orapa at Orapa, where we held a Diamond Explorers Conference. So already from this slide, and this is repeated in the next few slides, you can see about the amount of work and effort it takes to make a major discovery.
But then you just look at the impact that a mine like Arapa and then Jwaneng has had of turning Botswana from what was a desert state to the most modern and probably the best democracy in Africa. Moving then on to Jwaneng, and this was interestingly where biotubation and the role of termites and white ants came in terms of transportation of kimberlite minerals up through the Kalahari sand. And this was found in 1972 by Stuart Verco, assisted by Norman Locke. And it's now the world's richest diamond mine. So between Jwaneng and Arapa, even though they were discovered in 1972, both have probably got in the order of 40 or more years left to run. And I always add that as a bit of a caveat, because whenever you hear, oh, we've only got 5 years mine life or 10 years mine life, technology and economic circumstance tends to lengthen that considerably. So when I say 40 years, this is what's published in the Anglo-American Annual Report. I'd imagine it's going to be a lot longer. The photographs you'll see in this presentation are from that time. So if you'll see the gentleman here is not wearing a hard hat, it is what it is at that particular point in time. And I hope nobody from the safety and health kind of picks me up on it. These are historical artifacts, which I think are quite useful. The next one I'm going to be talking about is Gagu and Gopi. This is right in the middle of the Kalahari, and I'm going to be talking about it in a little bit later time. This was not found by De Beers, who found the two previous kimberlites, but was discovered by Falconbridge. It was then joint venture with De Beers, who bulk sampled the property. It was then acquired by Gem Diamonds, a London-listed company who went on to do further bulk sampling and undertook a small mining operation. This is beneath 65 to 70 meters of Kalahari sand. It's smack bang in the middle of Kalahari. It's a magnificently beautiful place, but it is very remote. My company have tried on several occasions to raise money, but we have not been able to yet. But one doesn't kind of give up easily. Then there's the diamond. The next one is Karowe, or AK6. This is a subject of several presentations which I've given. This was discovered in 1969 by De Beers, and it was considered to be too small and too low grade. Why was it considered too small? Is the geophysical anomaly was only 2.5 hectares at that time, and the drilling of that time, which is the old Stomper or cable tool drilling, only gave a grade of 2.5 carats per 100 tons. Well, along comes modern technology, and this is very important in terms of establishing future potential. If I look at modern gravity and other techniques such as that, the 2.5 hectares became 10 hectares, and the 2.5 CPHT became 25 CPHT to much less destructive drilling techniques. There was quite a bit of kind of corporate action, which I'm not going to kind of belabor here, but if you want to know the public detail, the private detail, you'll have to buy me a lot of drink to get to that. It's written up in the form of a case study published by the University of Botswana. But people often say that the juniors don't make money, particularly in the kind of diamond area. Well, African Diamonds shareholders made over 25 times their money if they're an original shareholder. And if you're a shareholder who put money in at every single fundraise, you would have made 10 times your money. Lucara shareholders have also done very well. So being a junior in the diamond world can work out, but it takes a lot of work, not just necessarily good kind of technical work, which of course is the foundation for all of these things, but often they say a mine always ends up in court somewhere along the line before it goes into production. The next one is KX36. This is the last one. In fact, this is the only recent major diamond discovery, and I'm calling it major because of the grades of KX36. Since the kind of halcyon days of De Beers of the 60s and 70s. And it was discovered by Petra Diamonds. And essentially why it was discovered by them and not by others was because of very, very detailed and very, very precise ground gravity work and heavy mineral sampling. It was discovered under 78 meters of sand. They did a full evaluation program on it, and Botswana Diamonds acquired this project in 2021. It's only 60 kilometers away from Gagu itself. It's a kimberlite that sits all on its own. And many of you who work in the diamond space will know that kimberlites occur in clusters. So that leads you to believe there is opportunity there for other discoveries. So what is the economic diamond potential of the Kalahari? I've briefly touched on the major discoveries, and the takeaway point from what I've just mentioned now is that most of the discoveries were made in the 60s and 70s. Very little, many kimberlites were discovered from there all the way up into the present day, but it's only KX36 which was proven to be substantially diamondiferous. Well, if I look at some of the numbers now of the projects within the Kalahari, because this is a subject of my presentation, Gagu's a 10.8 hectare pipe. It's got an indicated resource of just under 80 million carats. The diamond value of 2014, and in the diamond world, you always have to put the date next door to a diamond price because nowadays that would probably be significantly less. But it does contain rare, fancy, and colored stones, which is an important part, as John Ward mentioned earlier when he spoke about cow production. It's been significantly de-risked. So $250 million has already been spent on this project through a decline, a processing plant, a camp on site, and you can see an aerial photograph of all of that, plus the water dams and the slimes and overburden dams. And a number of areas have been identified which could make it sustainable. And I'm going to touch on some of those areas in a moment. Fairly close by is the KX36 pipe. It's a smaller kimberlite pipe. It's fairly close to Gagu in terms of the wide expanse of the Kalahari itself. But it's got a potentially much higher grade. There is a certain amount of uncertainty in relation to the diamond value itself, as there was significant diamond breakage in the evaluation exercise. So there is a little bit more work that needs to be done on this project before one can properly classify it as indicated and you start to do technical work on it. It's got an on-site bulk sampling plant, which includes dense media separation, X-ray recovery, scrubbing, and screening. One of the biggest challenges in the Kalahari are the elephants. It's not, if you have a mine here in South Africa, there are all sorts of other problems you might have, that there is no groundwater in the Kalahari, and where you are dewatering, like Gagu is taking place, and like we did at KX36 for a while, the elephants sniff out the water and nothing basically stops them. So there's a lot of damage by elephants in the region. So how on earth could this work? So what is the economic diamond potential behind it? Well, here are a few ideas that we've been looking at and other experts been looking at. I mentioned earlier that Gagu is an underground bulk sampling, or a small tonnage underground mining operation. However, if one looked at 2 mega pits using technology such as a high angle conveyor, or maybe counterintuitively, a floating barge and underwater mining. So you might be looking at me thinking I maybe had a bottle of wine or something at lunchtime. Well, I didn't. There is huge groundwater at the base of the Kalahari, sufficient so to make a floating barge and underwater mining viable. And in fact, that model has been used very successfully in other areas, and it's being looked at potential kimberlite mining in Canada. So there's no reason why one can't do it here. But the key here is to really bring down your unit operating cost. Then centralized diamond recovery and management. Energy efficiency is absolutely key. Gagu is currently running on 4 1-megawatt diesel generators. Well, you've got all the space and all the sun you need in the Kalahari to embrace solar power. But then you're going to have to be quite innovative about how you're going to operate on the back shift. And here is the interesting one in terms of fundraising. If people were interested in putting money into diamonds, is you can have 2 potentially carbon neutral mines,
Why is that? Because you have solar power and all that can actually give you. And I'm not sure many of you might know, but the kimberlite tailings actually absorbs carbon dioxide. A lot of work has been done by Canadian universities and De Beers to actually show that point. So not only do you have Botswana, not only do you have the potential for a carbon neutral operation, but you also have diamonds as well. So moving on to the exploration potential of the Kalahari, and typically when you put together a potential economic package, you want to have very near-term production, which you have in Gagu. You want to have advanced projects, which there is in KX36, but you also need some blue sky. What else is actually potentially out there? Well, we believe there's still diamond-bearing kimberlites waiting to be discovered, and I'll talk about the 3 license areas we have at the moment. But obviously, you can't do what's been done in the past because the explorers of the past were extremely competent, and they would have found what there is to be found. So you must look at different things, and some of the things that we are looking at the moment is even greater precision than what Petra did, for example, on discovering KX36, which means things such as finer grain sizes in your sampling, and then looking for group 2 kimberlites. And these are low magnetic, low ilmenite bearing kimberlites, which are more difficult to find from a geophysical technique. So basically, you're looking at more sensitive geophysical techniques in these areas. Gravity is a great tool. EM is a great tool. Taking termite mounds even further. Dr. Leon Daniels has written papers on using diamond exploration and termite mounds. And in fact, he borrowed that from the Romans because the Romans were the people who first actually looked at using termites as a mineral exploration technique. Nothing wrong with that at all. At a recent conference in Botswana, Leon also expounded on the potential alluvial diamond potential of Botswana. You've got massive kimberlite pipes in Droneng and Arapa, and over 60 pipes in the Arapa field, but there's not one single alluvial project that's being worked on at the moment. He did actually hint at that conference in Botswana. He knows of one which can be ready to be mined, but we couldn't get it out of him as to where he actually thinks it happens to be. The application of microdiamonds is very helpful, and then looking at new techniques such as seismics and elsewhere. So there is an old saying in the exploration kind of vernacular that every time there's a breakthrough in technology, your exploration clock actually starts again. The AK6 Karowe story is probably testament to that, and there hasn't been any major breakthroughs in diamond exploration technology over the past decade or more. And maybe that's being worked on by people at universities now, and people in business such as myself can embrace that, partner with that, and see what we can do to make the next discovery. And then, of course, there's data. Botswana Diamonds probably has the second largest data pack in Botswana after De Beers. We've got our own data going back from African diamond days, and we bought all the data off Petra, who are active in Botswana for over 30 years. You can see the amount of data that we have there. So it's not only really good geophysical sampling and geological techniques, but there's also an application here for machine learning and artificial intelligence. This has been widely used in gold and many other minerals, but has yet to really get a foothold in diamonds itself, unless I'm mistaken. And I mean a foothold in terms of a genuine discovery rather than people actually working on it. But I do believe it is an area of potential work. So what work is taking place in the Kalahari at the moment? We're busy on both Sikaka and Sunland prospects. You can see the geophysical anomalies there. You can see the unabraded kimberlitic indicators, which we've discovered from sampling there, and they're drill-ready targets. 4 drill-ready targets, though, will cost about $500,000 to actually properly drill out. So it's a bit of a challenge at the moment. And then there is the Maibwe joint venture. This is also in the Kalahari itself. And one of these kimberlites contains significant quantities of microdiamonds, and that needs to be worked on. So to the future, the last section of my presentation is the future in Botswana is probably small mines. Botswana is blessed with large mines, and small mines have never really taken off in Botswana itself. But if you look at the total resource tonnage, and I know you're not supposed to mix indicate and inferred, but I wanted to give you an idea of the size. Over 140 million tons is available for mining under the right technical and economic circumstances. So many of these items I've spoken to you about exploration already, but clearly metallurgical is important in terms of improving liberation, improving recovery, improving security. But if you add all those items on, I've put together under the technical term, and you add things like machine learning and artificial intelligence, now there is most certainly kimberlites that can be found. And the snapshot on the right is one that we've taken in terms of using machine learning on the Kalahari. And finally, and this kind of takes over from where Errol was looking at, is that it requires money to actually do all of this lot. Botswana, thankfully, is a low political risk destination. But the future of Botswana and the future of diamonds in Botswana is dependent on exploration and, of course, innovation. So how can this be improved? Because in Botswana, you do have security of tenure, you do have political certainty, you do have a very simple cadastral system. You apply for a license and you either get it or you don't within a short period of time. But money is always the issue. So how can that be improved? And I know Errol has spoken about that earlier, is things such as flow-through shares, local incentivization, and replacement of the 10% royalty. One of the things that often kind of befuddles me in Botswana, that not one single cent of Botswana banking money or government money goes into diamond exploration in Botswana, seeing the economy of Botswana is actually built on diamonds. And I often challenge the political elite there about that very point, that in 40 years' time, Marapa and Droneng may have run out, according to current estimates. But what are they doing about incentivizing people like myself and others who are looking for diamonds to actually extend that? So the call is here. Let's try and make diamonds to 2067, which will target 100 years of diamonds in Botswana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, James. We'll have one quick question. Does anyone have a question? Yes, Tefo.
Thanks, James. Very good talk. I wanted to ask you about the activities of De Beers in Botswana. Are you aware of anything they've discovered in their Tsabong and their exploration projects? Are you aware of that?
I am aware of it, but one has to kind of only quote what you read in the Anglo-American Annual Report. There are very large kimberlites in that area. They're deeply buried with sand, but none of them have been found to have significant diamond content at the moment. But I think it's an area where, with the kind of things I was talking about in the presentation, could have application to find, for example, higher grade fascies of kimberlite within a kimberlite itself. So it could certainly be an area of future work.
Awesome. Thank you very much, James. Always a pleasure.
Hello, everyone. So I'll be talking through using ionic geochemistry in gold exploration. And then just the outline, we'll look at a brief introduction on ionic geochemistry, the soil sampling methodology, and then just a highlight on the previous work that we've done as SOK, and then look into ionic leach and ionic geochemistry, not ionic leach, and conventional geochemistry, and then conclude. So ionic analysis measures the precursor ion species, and then it does not assay elements that have combined into surface products. So the surface ions have limited life as free ions, and then the ion anomaly only form over the primary source, where ions are continually released from the mineralization or alteration. So ideally what we have is with ion geochemistry, it will pick up the anomalies from these ions, which are directly, it sort of pinpoints your mineralization, because as soon as the ions are free, they bond with other ions, and only so the conventional geochemistry will pick up the elemental response, which will pick up these anomalies here and here, and then ionic will only pick up the ionic response. So ionic analysis uses a near neutral solution to leach ions from geochemical samples, such as soils. And then it does that without dissolving any element that have formed molecules with covalent bonds. So in terms of the techniques, ALS uses ionic leach as a technique, and then SGS uses MMI, which is the mobile metal ions. And then with the packages, with ionic leach, you get the 60 element package by ALS, and then with SGS is the 55 element package. So, and also ionic geochemistry can be used in exploration for precious metals, base metals, for uranium, for rare earths, PGEs, diamonds, as well as tin, tantalum, lithium systems. This is an example from a deposit in Venezuela, just an example. So with it incorporates both primary and secondary mineralization. So if you check the conventional geochemistry anomalies, it picks up both the primary and secondary. And then the ionic geochemistry only picks up the primary anomaly. So ideally, it shows when you are in an environment where you have both primary and secondary, for example, gold, and you're looking at your primary source, you will go for ionic geochemistry to be able to, again, pinpoint your mineralization. Sampling methodology. So with this, it's when you get to a sampling area, you will clear the area, and then you remove the first 10 centimeters, and then you will sample your next 5 to 10 centimeters at small samples, about 100 to 150 grams, that you will take in the field, and then the lab will use 50 grams of that. And then you will use, so you remove the air from the bags, you double bag and label the sample, and then also to be wary of its contamination with ionic geochemistry. So jewelry, smoking, and sunscreen. So cigarettes ash contains arsenic, which is one of the pathfinders for gold mineralization in some deposits. And then some sunscreen products will contain zinc. So you have to be careful on which sunscreen product you use. And also you will have to remove the residue, any roots, or big rocks in that. And then the spades or geopicks you use must not have paint, because some paint has zinc oxide, some will have iron oxide, red paint. So be careful with that. And ideally, we will use plastic material, plastic containers, plastic hand spades, small ones, as well as the plastic sieves if you have to sieve. And if you use a geopick, so if you're a bit concerned about contamination, although you'll be using a steel geopick, you can maybe check what elements are contained in the particular steel. In most steel products, it's molybdenum, nickel, chrome, and then depending on what you're looking for, when you get your data, just maybe look out for any anomalies with those elements. So yeah, so you will clear the path, check away the first 10 centimeters, sample the next 5 to 10, and then bag your sample to double bag, label, and then you move on to the next point. Alrighty. So the plan was to give you guys a detailed case study on a project we did in Guinea, which involved ionic geochem, followed up by drilling. But then the client refused for us to use the data, unfortunately. And then, yeah, they had to come up with a plan. So I will look at an overview, just high-level overview of some projects that we were involved in, which incorporated ionic geochem. And within those, just to highlight why did we use ionic geochemistry. Oh yeah, and these are vein-hosted orogenic gold deposits. The first one was in Gabon. So ionic geochemistry was selected for the project to validate targets and determine the possible extent of primary gold mineralization. And then the area of interest has both primary and secondary mineralization. So going back to the second slide, in areas where you have both primary and secondary mineralization, when you want to go to the source and validate the primary mineralization, it's advisable to use ionic geochemistry, because conventional geochemistry will pick up both anomalies, primary and secondary, while ionic geochem will detect the primary source. So for this particular project, that's why we used ionic geochem, and over 700 samples were taken, and the results were normalized by calculating the Z-scores and using those to identify anomalous areas using elemental associations and mapping out the pathfinder elements. And the results were successful in validating the targets and also indicated no extension of mineralization, which is what the client was looking for. And then this project stage, at the end of the project, we recommended some drilling. The next project was in DRC. So with this one, the client had already done the ionic geochem in 2016, and they came with us with the data in 2020, which we then processed. And the main objective were to identify the elemental associations and then provide targets. And we did that, process the data, because normally with source data, you will do the Z-scores, normalize every element, and then from there, you will do your correlations and map your indices. So which we did, and for this deposit, the pathfinders related to gold were arsenic, silver, and bismuth. And then drilling was done in 2022, which we supervised, and we did intersect some mineralization with those. And the project state, yeah, the client eventually evaluated the project, sell it. The other one was in Mozambique, also in 2022. With this one again, really this one, they had artisanal workings within the license. So artisanal workings, we have this step ground where you'll have the secondary material all over the place, mineralized material as secondary. So with that, that's what you're dealing with, because you want to detect your primary source, as for example, your mineralized quartz veins. Or again, ionic geochem is key to use, because if you go for conventional, you want to pick up even the anomalies from the secondary material, which is all over the place. So that's why we went for ionic geochem with this one. And yeah, the samples are currently at the lab, and then we're waiting for results to move on with this. And yeah, this was supposed to be my main case study, the one in Guinea. Like I said, I give a high-level overview. So there were two reasons why we chose ionic geochem with this one. Firstly, again, artisanal workings. So secondary mineralization everywhere around the license area. And then the other reason was that the regolith in the area it's covered, it's like tens and tens of meters. So with ionic geochem, you can be able to, when the ions move through the profile, and you can be able to detect them directly above mineralization. This is just a diagram of the profile. This is in the Segiri Basin, northeast of Guinea. And yeah, over 1,700 soils were taken, submitted to the lab, and then the results were processed. And again, pathfinders, we mapped the mineral indices, and then the targets were selected from the gold anomalies, as well as the mapped silver and copper anomalies as pathfinders for this particular deposit. And then from that, we designed a drilling program, which we began to drill in this year for a couple of diamond holes and a lot of AC holes. And then within those drilling, we did intersect mineralization. And then at the moment, we're currently planning infill drilling for the client. Yeah, so we're looking to ionic versus conventional geochemistry. So with ionic, as we mentioned, that the sample collection is quite quick and efficient, and it has low impact environmentally because you just sample a few centimeters. And then the sampling is less prone to issues of transported superficial cover and laterite development. Even within thick laterite cover, you can still pick up the ionic anomalies directly from the source, which should be your mineralized area or altered mineralized zone. And then no sample preparation is required at the lab, so it's been processed directly from the field. And then samples are easy to transport. With this one, as an example, still in Guinea, so with those 1,300 samples, we're able to put them in boxes and travel with them in a small plane that we use from site to Conakry. So because it's also small samples, it's easy to transport. You can put them in the back of your Hilux and just transport them to good to go. And also it's convenient because it has low detection limit. So you can detect those subtle anomalies which you can't with some other techniques. And then just to note, the results are indicative of potential mineralization. They're not necessarily say the actual what's the word? It doesn't detect the actual mineralization contained within the area. It just indicates that within this particular area, you do have mineralization. So that's one thing to look out for. Hence, it's used in early stage exploration as an tool to indicate and get your targets. And then sample analysis is relatively expensive. Last time I checked, it was close to $56 US a sample to analyze with ALS. However, it can be offset with the fact that it's quicker to get a sample. I think on average in Guinea, we're getting, with a team of 1 geo and 2 technicians, we're collecting about 30 to 35 samples a day. But of course, it's all dependent on the terrain. And then there's no sample prep, so it's quicker to process at the lab. And then there are low shipping costs, it's easy to transport. And then you have conventional geochemistry. I would say it's ideal to be used in large exploration permits or when you have a large soil grid to identify areas of potential mineralization and to produce areas of focus. So I'll go back to this slide. So if I have a, say, 20 kilometer square license area, in addition to your other methods, your remote sensing and geophysics, in order to help to shorten to get your area of focus and reduce that. So if you have maybe 200 meter spaced soil samples with ionic leach, if it's, for example, if your deposit it's quartz vein hosted gold and you have subvertical veins with 200 meters apart samples with ionic, if you have one sample point here and then maybe another one here, with ionic, you're gonna miss this anomaly because it won't pick up any of the elemental response. But then with conventional soils, if you still have one sample over here and one there, you're gonna pick up that elemental response, and then with that, you will follow up, you will narrow your area and then follow up with small grid spaced 25 meters, 50 meters. And then now I will use ionic geochem to kind of like pinpoint the mineralization. And also, yeah, with conventional geochem, it detects the transported elemental signals, and then the sample prep required at the lab, such as sieving and drying. And it's relatively cheaper than ionic analysis, which is, depending on what method you use, about 35 USDs with ALS. So yeah, in conclusion, every exploration program should be tailor-made, and the selection of a method to use will depend on basically on the community of interest, on the deposit model, and on the style of mineralization that you're dealing with. And so for ionic geochemistry, the ability for the technique to determine to detect anomalies directly above mineralization and your alteration zone allows for better drill targeting, because drilling is costly. So when you have confidence in your drill targets, and it will also save you some money, and you won't miss a lot. Also, it depends on your mineralization style. It's also the low detection limit makes it possible to detect those subtle anomalies. And then sampling is fast and efficient with low environmental impact. It also works well to detect anomalies from primary mineralization where there's disturbed ground or transported materials, like we mentioned with the other projects where you have artisanal workings, material all over the place. So to pinpoint your source, ionic geochemistry would be best. And it is ideal to use ionic geochem in small space sampling programs for mineralization styles such as your quartz vein hosted gold, because quartz veins can be tiny, depending on the mineralization style as well. Some are smaller than the others. And then attention should be given to contamination when you are sampling. As you said, ideally plastic equipment, and then the only steel thing you'll use will be your UA pick, but also to be aware it must not have paint. And then yeah, so that's that from my side. Thank you.
Well, thank you everybody for giving me this opportunity to present. So I'll be presenting the COSCAN 3 as well as the ENCOLOG. But firstly, I'll start with a brief glance at who DMT Group is, and briefly describe COSCAN 3 and ENCOLOG. So DMT, as part of the TÜV-NORD Group, is that it forms part of the 4 business units, which are TÜV-NORD Industrial, Mobility and Education, Alta Technology, which deals with aerospace technology, as well as TÜV IT, which deals with IT. And then DMT forms part of the natural resources of the entire TÜV-NORD Group. And within the DMT Group, we have 4 business units. We have plant engineering and process engineering, civil engineering, infrastructure, energy, as well as mining. And then our focus mostly is within the mining sector. And then within this mining and consulting, as well as engineering services, we range from exploration all the way to mine closure and remediation. So I won't take your much of your time to discuss any of these things here. I'll get to the business of the day for today. So the COSCAN 3, what is it? So COSCAN 3 is a high quality core imaging system that we have here outside. So in terms of dimensions, it measures 1.3 meters high, width of 0.75, as well as a height of 1.28. And it weighs about 128 kilograms. So it uses a line scan camera that's mounted on it, and then it uses a reflection to take an image of the COSCAN. And it takes the images in two modes, planar mode, which can be scanned at 30 seconds per box. You can do about 500 meters per shift if you have a shift of 8 hours. Of course, you have to take into consideration the time it takes to do the preparations of the core itself. And then you have the 360 mode, where you put in the entire core on the COSCAN itself, and it scans around the core, and it gives you a flat image of the core, which can also be joined together. And this takes about 180 meters per shift. And that's 20 seconds per meter of that core box. And then we have a resolution of 5 to 40 megapixels, the highest we have. The advantage of this is that you'll have a digital core library, as well as a dual core management system, as well as a online accessibility. So it's very rigid. You can take it to the field, scan the core, and send it to the guys in the office to analyze. It comes with a core-based software, which is used for manipulating the core images, and you can calculate your geotechnical as well as a structural analysis. For example, your RQD, fracture density, as well as FS stuff, and it's compatible with most of the 3D geomodeling softwares. And then the second system I want to talk about is the analytical core log system, short for ENCOLOG. So what is it? So it's a mobile drill core logging system that measures chemical, mineralogical, as well as structural rock properties with high accuracy. It uses smart machine learning classification algorithms, basically AI, to convert measured properties, big data, into geological domains, as well as intelligent data on real time on site. So its aim is to reduce the time it takes to analyze the core, as well as reduce cost and lead up to speeding up decision making and avoiding standby costs. So when we delve deep, so it's a combination of 4 sensors, right? So for chemical analysis, we'd use a X-ray, which is a XRF, and then for the other one we use is a LIBS, which is a laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy. And then for mineralogical analysis, we use a HSI for visible infrared, as well as a shortwave infrared, as well as time-gated Raman sensors. So all the sensors are fused all together to give you the geochemistry, leading to mineralogy, as well as AI applications to give you the classification. So delving a little bit deep into these sensors. So LIBS has a scan rate of over 50 measurements per second, which is over 50 hertz. And it has a measurement spot size of less than 200 microns. It's very, very specific. And then we have a standard resolution, which is measurement along the core axis. And then we have the high resolution, where you select an area of interest that you want to scan for LIBS, and it's applicable on a huge variety of minerals, particularly those ones which have a low atomic number for less than 15, for example, your lithiums. And then with regards to XRF, it is a well-known technology for chemical analysis. Also, it uses a continuous measurement along the core profile, and it's also applicable for a huge variety of minerals, particularly those with a big atomic number, over 15. And then when it comes to HSI, so it uses basic segmentation of the lithologies themselves based on the similar hyperspectral imaging, or rather response. And from there, you can extract the end members of the minerals, and then you can fuse it with other data sources, for example, your time-gated Raman sensor, to be able to focus more on your area of interest. As mentioned, that Raman sensor is applicable on a huge variety of minerals. The spot size for measurement ranges from 200 microns to half a centimeter. And it has a multi-mineral reflectance spectrum over a measurement spot, and also integration of a multi-measurement spectra over a variable time and distance. That's why it's called time-gated Raman spectra. And you can see on the images there that you are able to fuse HSI as well as TGR to get the the different lithologies and classifications that you have there based on the AI. And then the classification modes that we have, you can use that to classify your alteration zones based on mineralogical compositions and technical features, and you can get your chemical abundances as well as lithologies as seen on the diagram there on the far left. And then this also comes with Corebase 3 as part of the package for analyzing your geotechnical parameters, and it's also compatible with 3D geomodeling softwares. You can have online accessibility of this information here. The benefits of this, just to round up, is that you can have real time data deducted from exploration geocore samples, as well as time saving through regions of interest, and you can take that region of interest for further mineralogical analysis at the labs, and then you have a deeper understanding of your deposit. I will not take much of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this opportunity to present. Today, I'm going to be presenting on new and improved version of our digital core logging tool. It's the C# version of ScanIt. So in order to log, we need high resolution images that are uniform. This can be done using our Photos application app. When you open the app, you're presented with your projects, your boreholes associated with the projects, and all the images in your projects. You're able to tap onto an image to zoom in and view as shown currently. You can zoom in to make sure that you have taken a picture of the areas of interest and that you haven't missed any critical structures. If you're happy, you can go back and you want to take another image, you can click the plus sign in the top right corner, make sure the tray number is correct, and click the photo icon. So we take the picture using UCP Africa's camera cradle. This is to ensure that we get a uniform image and to present distortion along the sides of the image. When you're happy, you can view it, click finish, and save. You can then scroll up and down the borehole to see again. Now, this creates a .scanit file and a file that has got all your images numerical order, and it sends it compressed either by Dropbox, USB, or any other sharing device. Now, before we get logging in our software, you're going to set your meter marking tolerance. You can set the font sizes for your display and then your features. So your features, you can change the names and you can change the hierarchy of your features. Because we know gold commodity will differ with platinum, because you know platinum likes to use the package, layer, and unit. Now let's get logging. If you have core depth markers in your core tray, the program is able to read the depths on those core depth markers and print the depth ruler associated. At each depth marker, it will also tell you if you've got a core loss or a core gain and your recovery. On the left with the thumbnails is all your images numerically ordered. Now, to log a feature, all you do is identify the area in which you want to log and select the feature from the dropdown. These features are all with the company's dictionary and databases. This makes sure that all the work is standardized. When you're happy with the feature, you simply click 3 clicks of a mouse and log it. Once the feature has been entered, we now start to assign the associated parameters with the feature. So here we'll do lithology, and the lithology is conglomerate. Then we assign all the parameters for the conglomerate. If you'll see, if you've got orientated core, the dip and dip direction will be displayed and the alpha angle. If your core is not orientated, the alpha angle will display. And if you wish to hide this information, you can simply click the arrow at the top. Once you've fully logged the borehole, you are now able to go and view your data and make sure that it is properly logged. And we've got 3 projections in which we do this. So the first projection is the composite log. It creates a new unique feature where the core image is stitched together and the associated features are displayed on the right with the meter ruler on the left. This way you can check that the features are marked correctly in the correct place. Here you can hide the unit's name if you so wish. You're also able to set the display range you wish. Now, a new feature with this is you're actually able to send this as a PDF. So if you're worried that there's an area of interest, or you might be worried you haven't logged it, or your boss wants to see it, you can send it as a PDF. Now, this is my favorite projection out of the three, which is an orthographic projection. Here you are able to, in real space, be able to display your features and see how they interact in the core and outside the core possibly. Now on the left, you'll see with the units, you're able to display, turn on and off the display of a unit so that you can focus on specific areas or specific features that you wish to view. You're also able to now change the size of the squares of the represented features. The reason for this is to identify how the features might be interacting outside of the core. This way you're able to see if there might be a bad area of ground if you're now pushing a drive to intercept. You can also now change the display, and you can also change the background for this. You're able to scroll up and down to also see how your borehole is constantly changing, because we know sometimes our boreholes are never straight. Next, we have a stereo net. Now with a stereo net, you're able to select a feature's pole to the plane, the feature's greater circle, the mean vector, which is calculated by ScanIt, as well as the contours for the features, which is the C. You're also now able to change the view of the stereo net to the plane or for polar view. Now, if you wish to check a feature to make sure it's correct, you can click on a feature and it will display its dip direction as well as the depth associated. Here you can also see if you've got a possible outlier of the data, so you can go back and decide whether you need to remove it or if it's been incorrectly logged or if your orientation is out. Once you're happy, we are now able to export all the logged features and data. Here you can export your survey, lithological log, strat log, and your geotechnical and dictionaries and databases. The geotechnical data per interval, you can select if you want it displayed in 1 meter, 2 meters, or 3 meters. When you're happy, you can export. Now, upon opening the Excel export, your survey data will be displayed, your lith log, your strat log, and your recorded features. So here, your recorded units, recorded lithologies, and your recorded geotechnical features. The next part is your geotechnical dictionary and your databases. This is all controlled by the company. But we always save the best for last, which is our geotechnical output. Here you can see the images displayed on the left of your core, and this is associated with the intervals. Your RQD is calculated by ScanIt, your core orientation, and your core recovery percentage. We also display the loss and your cumulative loss. If you look where the loss is situated, you'll see an orange image on the core is where we assign the loss. Now, just a quick summary. So ScanIt allows the mining companies to be able to standardize all their data. This also allows you to keep up logging with the drill rig. So if you had an exploration project and you want to keep up with their drilling, you can log as the core is coming out. This helps you ensure that they are drilling correctly and that they haven't taken, and the orientation is not out. It also provides a time-saving benefit because it takes a minute, minute and a half for you to take an image, put onto your computer, and you can log. We are always more than happy to come out and give you guys demos, so please do contact us. Any questions? So some companies, apparently they are able to do this. So they do a stick up and stick down, and they use an orientation tool already. So as they do a stick up from, this is more exploration now, instead of the underground, is when they're pulling out the core and they've now put the orientation line on the core, you're able to then log using that orientation line. We're also looking at using penetrative fabric now to be able to use that as a way of orientating or structures at a mine or in your exploration projects. So as a way, we always say we try to push the core to the left so that we keep all the gaps on the right. Because especially when you're logging, you don't want to now have to go and put all the force breaks in all over the core.
Thanks, Lenny. Considering the time of the day, I'm going to try and make this as brief as possible. I also can absolutely guarantee that no one came here today for the Shack talk. So let's get straight into it. Different professions like lawyers seem to have TV shows dedicated to them. So lawyers have Suits and they have Ally McBeal. And I know I'm giving away my age mentioning Ally McBeal. But doctors as well, they have a whole suite of shows dedicated to them, like Grey's Anatomy and all of that. As geologists, especially exploration geologists, we pride ourselves with being associated with some really badass TV personalities. And a lot of us, obviously it's in our interest, we haven't taken the time to actually inform people that these characters are not actually geologists, because it adds to our street cred. So over the time, we've built a nice, strong, we've collectively built a nice, strong street cred. And it's in our interest, I guess. It's welcome to have the street cred. So there is an imminent threat to the street cred that we've built over the last few years. And that threat is going to take us from looking like these hardcore outdoor guys that work with ultimate freedom, you know, no restrictions, to making us look like a bunch of outdoor construction workers. And that imminent threat comes in the form of an alphabet soup related to safety. And to make things seem worse, it seems like the alphabet soup is continuously growing with the emergence of things like ESG. For those of you who don't know, ESG stands for Environmental, Social, and Governance. And it's basically a framework that builds on 3 key principles that have been universally decided as critical to businesses. And because it's business critical, it almost makes people view it as it's a way of giving Sheck teeth or Sheck on steroids. But I think even though that is true, it's better to view Sheck as a component within the greater ESG framework. Now, how critical a component it is debatable and most likely project and case specific, business specific. But some say, look, it's the engine of the ESG vehicle. I think that's a bit of an overestimation of the importance of Sheck within the broader ESG framework, as well as the steering wheel. Yeah, you know, maybe for some projects, but it is definitely a component in the ESG vehicle. Perhaps it's more like the suspension. You know, if you have your suspension nicely set up, you have a nice smooth drive. If you don't get your Sheck system set up properly, you might have a very uncomfortable ESG journey. So let's step away from the acronyms for a moment and just have a look at the mining industry, which has a very well-developed Sheck system or form of a Sheck system. And let's compare that mining industry with exploration per se and see what the differences are. And that might guide us into what the differences should be between Sheck applied to mining and that applied to exploration. So obviously the first difference with mining and exploration is the size of your teams. I mean, in mining, you have massive staff complements, whereas in exploration, the teams are usually smaller. So much so that management in exploration have almost direct leadership over their teams. They know the strengths and weaknesses of the people in their team, and that gives you a lot of leeway in customizing a safety system that caters to people in your actual team. Whereas mining don't have that luxury. Management usually don't have direct leadership over every single person working at the mine. So they do have to build systems that caters to, for the lack of a better word, your lowest common denominator. Another thing that's obviously evident between mining and exploration is the equipment and machinery. There's a lot more moving parts in a mining operation with all those big yellow Tonka toys. And whereas exploration, you're looking at pretty much just vehicles and whatever exploration tool you have. There's also a big variety in the complexity and just variety of tasks undertaken in a mining operation versus an exploration operation. So in mining, you can find yourself with a boilermaker, a welder, working at heights, working underwater, working in confined spaces, whereas in exploration, you're typically working in open spaces or next to a drill rig. Another big thing for me, difference between mining and exploration, I think this ties in very well into the SHEC systems you can apply. Mining has the luxury of something called a deposit. And this is it's almost like a parent. It's awesome. It funds everything. So this deposit allows such a financial underpinning that it can paper over some inefficiencies. You can be allowed on a mining deposit. You know, you have your little pot of gold that can allow you to have some inefficiencies. Essentially also if inefficiencies implemented from your SHEC system, safety stops and those kind of things. Unfortunately, an exploration project doesn't have that kind of financial underpinning. And so your SHEC applied to exploration has to have a lot more foresight to try and avoid not integrating into the operational system because you just can't afford that luxury. You have to be super uber efficient in an exploration program. And then obviously the types of risks that you encounter in mining versus the types of risks you encounter in exploration are different, both in scale and just the general type. So for example, the biggest exploration geologist killer, driving. Yes, you do encounter driving risks as well in mining, but that's more to do with situational awareness, line of sight, being aware of what's around you. In exploration, it's more about your driving hours, mileage, road conditions, weather conditions, conditions of the driver. So that's one of the big risks in exploration. The second exploration geo killer, snake bites. Obviously, you do get snakes in a mining environment as well, but usually all the big machinery and all that movement chases them away. And I like to say in mining, you're the home team. When you go in exploration, when it comes to snakes, you're the away team. So you're in their habitat. Another risk, obviously, you know, you travel a lot with exploration. You're going to different areas. They all have different endemic, I guess, issues like malaria in some areas. And obviously, we're not as fit and able to deal with malaria. So there's things like that. I remember working in Sierra Leone during the Ebola outbreak, and obviously we all remember COVID, which was of course a pandemic, so it was everywhere, but there is that risk with exploration is outbreaks of these kind of diseases. And then of course, exploration, you're working very remote. Most mining operations or all mining operations get a community building around it with all the necessary infrastructure, facilities, and amenities. With exploration, you don't have that. You're out there alone in the sticks, and these deposits never want to be in New York or Paris or the nice places with great Airbnbs. Another thing with exploration that's quite unique to exploration is obviously explosive remnants of war, better known as landmines. And I mean, we've had a project in Angola where we've sent some SHEC officers that had to be trained up to be able to identify ERWs, and also some projects where you couldn't work until it was cleared of ERWs. So that's quite unique. Then, of course, you have your social issues that could happen while you're out in exploration. That can also happen in and around the mine. But remember, with a mine, you're almost like a local in that area. You get a heads up of what's going on. Sometimes in exploration, you get caught up in social turmoil that you didn't even know was about to kick off. So again, you're the away team. And that's obviously also tied into things like elections, so much so that there's some countries where we tell clients, look, it's election year, don't even think of doing exploration there. For the last 5, 6 election years, there's been violence. So those are just some things to take into consideration with SHEC versus mining. So let's quickly look at the evolution of SHEC in exploration. I think the biggest thing in the evolution of SHEC in exploration has been the availability of internet out there. When I was, I'm actually sounding older and older as I go along, but when I started in exploration, you used to send a weekly report to head office and to the client, and you would tie it in with your weekly supply. And you know, you have the whole week to look at the core and change your mind and go back on yourself. Now the geos out there reporting 3, 4, 5 times a day to the client on WhatsApp, on internet. You know, you're almost more like a production geologist. But that has obviously had a big effect in the role of SHEC in exploration, is there's ability to send that information, to review that information, to audit that information from head office. I might just say it's still a challenge internet with SHEC. It seems to be just enough to piss off geologists, but not enough to actually deal with SHEC data. Because remember, SHEC data is big, and guys usually want to now have safety files on the cloud, which can be audited offsite and all of that. And the internet's still not quite there. So that is still a bit of a challenge, but you have guys like MaxGeo and Imdex and SharePoint, which do allow collection of large data, which then downloads when you have a network. A big thing in the evolution of SHEC as well is back in the day, it would be a merged role. So you would have the junior geologist on site. Okay, you're the SHEC officer, or whoever picks the shortest straw, or the geotechnician, but sometimes it'll be the project geo, depending how seriously the company took safety. But now more and more, we're seeing exploration projects with dedicated SHEC officers on site. And sometimes it gets very hard to find enough stuff for them to do. There's only so much water supply and fuel supply you can do in a day. But yeah, jokes aside, it's now a dedicated role as well. Also contributing to the evolution of SHEC in modern exploration is obviously all your emerging technologies. We spoke about sat phones, GPS technology that allows you to know where your human and physical assets are at any given time. Even medical technology like the portable defibrillator allows you to administer more medical assistance on site. And then you also have data analytics and all that kind of digital tools. So now that we've looked at the evolution of SHEC in mining, let's have a look at the traditional mining exploration SHEC officer. So they're obviously very corporate, emphasis on paper chain of custody. A lot, as you probably know, will have a cover your ass mentality, right? So as long as it's in an email, as long as, you document that. Fear-driven, conservative, and preconditioned to say no to anything different. I always say, don't ask a SHEC officer for permission. Try and sell them what you want to do by telling them the risks of not doing it. So look, it's easy to look at this and demonize the traditional SHEC officer. And there's always that joke that no one likes the SHEC officer. But you have to have a bit of empathy in that most of these SHEC officers are trained traditionally in compliance and regulatory stuff. So they are already predispositioned to have this kind of build and mold. And also they're then jettisoned into a highly technical industry that is multidisciplinary and has a lot of really smart minds. So it can be a bit overwhelming and it can create a bit of a imposter syndrome. And then you add on top of that, that it's usually very high paying roles as well, being the SHEC officer. And so that is in a context of unemployment and job insecurity. So now there's a guy, it's a perfect storm for a guy to be very, very conservative in his role, his or her. So what does a modern SHEC officer look like? As SHEC has evolved, there's been an emergence of modern SHEC officers. And now modern SHEC officers usually have a technical background, come from the industry, and they get into the SHEC space either because they felt the pain, or they have a passion for it, or they see ways in which things can be done more efficiently. And yes, they have all these characteristics. And it sounds like the modern SHEC officer is perfect, right? But they do have a shortcoming as well, in that your traditional SHEC officer is more versed in the legislative and regulatory requirements of SHEC. So what we find when we recruit new staff or try to place people is that if we get a modern SHEC officer in, we have to really bolster their training up with some regulatory and legislative stuff. And when we get a traditional SHEC officer in, we have to kind of spend a bit of time untraining them. So let's just quickly have a look at, now that we've had a look at the mold of the various SHEC officers, let's have a look at what kind of traits modern exploration requires from a SHEC officer. So in doing that, I'm a guy of contrast. So and you can tell that from my musical playlist if you get into my car. But because of contrast, you can then appreciate things in life. So let's try contrast it with what the mineral exploration, the modern exploration environment doesn't need. Okay, so we don't need SHEC that's a tick box exercise in exploration. Doesn't have to be bureaucratic and heaps of paperwork. It does need to be about problem solving. It does need to be about safety leadership and putting yourself out there and leading by example. It's not about being the classroom monitor or the policeman and shouting at people and telling them what to do, because the operational staff in an exploration project are the lifeblood of that company, lifeblood of that project. So it's about integrating yourself into the team, understanding their operational and tactical imperatives, and aligning that to strategic and holistic safety thinking. It's not a one size fits all kind of solution. It needs to be custom made for the particular project. So some projects need different safety solutions to others. It's not about pulling and dragging the company in the direction you know they're supposed to go to. It's more about using your safety knowledge and foresight to clear potential obstacles out of their way as they try and achieve their company mission and vision. Good SHEC, and what the kind of SHEC required in exploration has to be accommodating. It cannot be stagnant either. It's a live system, so it must always be continuously improving. So an effective safety system optimizes existing infrastructure, processes, resources, while incorporating natural inputs into its safety management framework. And that's just a long, clever way of saying, don't reinvent the wheel. A good SHEC system comes in and works with what is there, particularly in an exploration case. You have to integrate into existing infrastructure and tasks and processes. So basically, in closing, SHEC in modern exploration has to be built for purpose. It has to be centered around efficiency, and it has to be centered around effective safety, actually keeping people safe in exploration projects. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, Josh. Any questions for Josh?
Maybe less of a question, just a comment. I've been having some discussions with the Principal Inspector of Mines in South Africa about the SHEC issues. Because we've gone through this history that exploration has only really happened on mine sites. It hasn't been happening on prospecting sites. They've ignored it. When has there been a safety inspection on a prospecting site in South Africa last? But because there was 2 deaths in exploration this year, the Principal Inspector is actually instructing a clampdown on it, and they will be applying the Mine Health and Safety Act to exploration sites. So if you are the manager or the owner of your exploration company and you have an accident, you will be held criminally liable unless you have employed an entire subordinate appointment system, SHEC system, and that you have shown that you've done the full responsibility thing. So it's another one of those layers that is coming, and geologists need to be aware of it, because you can't just be a happy-go-lucky geologist anymore, because you are going to be held responsible and liable for what happens on your site.
Thanks, Errol.
Yeah, thanks, Errol. And that's again, it's quite sad. Again, I think it's important for us to emphasize that it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. And the distinguishing of exploration from mining, but even artisanal from illegal mining, our government hasn't got that right yet. And it's our duty to try and spread the word and make those distinguishments out there. Otherwise, the industry is going to suffer, both industries, the SHEC industry and the mining industry and exploration.
Thanks, George. I'll obviously have to change my WhatsApp profile photograph now. But in all seriousness, a couple of things I'd like to add. The sun is a really big challenge in South Africa because you can wear a hard hat, but you're going to burn your neck. So we discourage hard hats in exploration and a proper bush hat. And then what I call kind of the living things, snakes, scorpions, ticks, and all those kind of things, which, so we're more fanatical about that side, because you can easily stand on a snake. If you're too casual, especially now in the wet season, with ticks, it's a really big thing. If you're in the Kalahari, like my presentation, scorpions, very easy. You go casual wearing open shoes at night when you're going to have a braai, you're going to get bitten by a scorpion. So those are the kind of things I try and drill into my people, are those kind of softer things rather than the kind of the obvious SHEC stuff like safe driving and all those kind of good things. So I just wanted to compliment your presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nico Denner, some of you might have met me yesterday. I'm back again. And thanks to our panel, James, Edel, and Tianda for going to sit there and answer some tough questions. But I think those questions are relevant to us. So as introduction, I just want to flip through a couple of slides very quickly, just to, kind of set the scene. So again, these slides are coming from Dr. Lars Schernikau's book, The Unpopular Truth. Go and buy it and read it. It affects each and every one of us. So I just want to show, this is all about metals we're talking about now. And I'm saying renewables, solar and wind, and we can argue about if it's really renewables or not. And we're talking batteries, vehicles, all these new technologies, they all need minerals and metals. And we geologists, obviously, we need to find it and we need to mine it. So to go for these clean technologies, the 2050 net zero targets, you can see the growth that's planned in terms of metals that needs to be mined. It is significant. Lithium, graphite, cobalt, nickel, rare earths, there's many more. Then it's easy to calculate. Everybody knows how much metal goes into a battery. You know how much metal goes into a solar panel. You can do calculations on the wind turbines, copper cables, etc. If you look at, again, the growth, world population, obviously there's more people in the world and we keep expanding. More people need more materials, more energy, more minerals. What's interesting is the mineral ratio use. We've all got smartphones and technologies that you need metals for that. So the amount of metals per person increase as well. Metallic minerals, oil and gas, everything needs to increase over time. Base metal input per terawatt generation. So this is the amount of metals you use to generate a terawatt of electricity. Coal and gas nuclear, very low compared to hydro, solar, wind, geothermal. So it's an enormous amount of materials. These are tonnages required to build these systems to generate equivalent amount of energy that we do with conventional energy. Again, in clean technologies, we're looking at electric vehicles versus conventional cars. That's the amount of metals needed for electric vehicles. This is a conventional car. So the numbers are out there. It's available. We're looking at this whole called energy transition, but it's actually an energy addition. As the world population grows, we will need more energy. We always had biomass. We're still burning wood for energy. We added coal, we added oil, we added gas, we added nuclear, we added hydro, we're adding wind and solar. We will keep on adding. None of these technologies ever replaced any of the others. So we need to add. And we're focusing on this bottom end now, top end of adding more minerals. Couple of slide shots quickly. These are quite recent in the last 2 weeks. That's in the news. World will stop without copper, but the copper price is not reflecting the needs. Battery metals lose luster as surge in supply outpaces demands. Lithium producers stay bullish on EVs despite growing headwinds. Canada's 1.5 billion critical minerals infrastructure fund launches. Big money available, lots of it. Namibia's battery metal ambitions set on infrastructure, miners say. Miners race to realize graphic projects as China controls export. Africa needs lots of geological research regarding critical clean energy mineral deposits. That's very relevant to our situation. Australia falls behind on critical minerals. That means they are not getting there where they're supposed to be. Renewables now a critical part of metal mining, Sibanye. So it's out there. So to my panel then, let's start. And Sibanye, I'm going to start with you first. So given all these predictions of metals required for the energy transition, do you think Africa has the potential to supply a major share of these metals to the markets?
Thank you very much, Nico, for that question. I think the answer is yes. We've seen increased activities of exploration both in South Africa and neighboring countries, in particular with lithium, some copper deposits, graphite. I think a lot has been presented here, indicating an increase in exploration activities. But I think we need to be very careful with not regionalizing the environmental footprint. So if climate change affects everyone, then 100 years later, we remain with more than 6,000 mines, mines that are not closed, that Zamazamas are having a field day, and we have a problem today. We have seismicity in relation to those abandoned mines. And of course, that has impacts in a future infrastructure development. We have acid mine drainage. So I think Africa must not be a playground for people who actually are stopping mining activities behind their background. So we need to be responsible in how we approach mining in the continent and make sure that we preserve the environment for future generations. So I thought that is quite critical in how we assess how we're going to exploit these minerals. We need to be responsible. Thank you.
Yeah, great answer. I think you're saying we've got it, but we need to be responsible in a way. We've got the technology and we've got the skills to actually do it properly. Edel, if I can go to you for the next one. You're in the copper industry, so you're chasing these metals for us. So why are metal prices and even company share prices at the moment not really reflecting this big demand of metals?
I think that's always been the vicious thing about mining. It's cyclic. And the short-term cycles don't match the long-term trends. And, you know, the analysts are looking at the long-term trends. You are showing graphs over 20 to 30 years. The metal prices are looking at the next 12 months. And China's just doubled their smelting capacity. So they've got ability to take copper at the moment. Make no mistake, they're taking all the copper they can get. They're just taking it cheaply and they're stockpiling it. But at some point it'll run out because of supply side. So it's a supply demand thing. So we have to be, if we're responsible, we've got to be exploring now for the metals that are going to be needed in the future. Convince the shareholders to do that, convince the investors to do that. That's the other challenge. And that's why the share prices don't respond. And that's why mining companies cut exploration budgets first. It's the worst thing to do. James was saying earlier, you know, it's at the downturn in the cycle that you need to be doing the exploration. It's at the upturn in the cycle that you need to be extracting it and harnessing the value. Just never happens.
So for investors, it might be a good opportunity to get in and buy cheaply for a good project that might deliver in the next, because we're talking 2050. It's still a long way to go.
Yeah, and I think the investors are there, but they're in there to buy it at a bargain price. And the profile of the investors are changing. You know, you're getting nations that are investors now. You know, the Chinese are, we all know, they're in here buying up everything they can. But if the Russians can, they would be as well. And the West is doing exactly the same. They've created a critical industries fund that they're looking to deploy into Africa because they want to compete. So you're getting nation states that are becoming investors in exploration now.
Okay. I'm going to ask a next question leading into James for you to answer, but Edel, maybe just a comment before you to take it away. Do you think it's easier if you develop a mine that's going to produce a critical mineral to get investment at the moment?
It is. I mean, look at lithium, look at graphite. Those are the things that you can raise money for at the moment. So it is, there are fads that go through. So it is easier and people are genuinely worried. And again, as I spoke about these nation states and, you know, they're changing their laws. Europe has changed their laws. So they're going to have the critical metals and they're going to have them produced with high ESG standards. There's a reason why they've done that. They've basically cornered a chunk of the market. Cheap stuff will go to China and China will take whatever they got. Europe and North America are setting themselves aside so that they're forcing their companies to source their minerals from places like Africa, but only the ones that can produce it in a certain way. So they're forcing the producing countries to behave differently.
Thank you. James, so one for you now. We're talking about money. You can't do these projects without money. We all know it. So are there enough capital available for these new projects? And how easy is it, especially as junior mining companies, to raise this type of money and capital required?
Nico, it's a good question. Perhaps before I just jump onto that, I'd like to make a comment on.
You're welcome.
On one of Errol's comments about the Chinese and explorers. My experience in Zimbabwe in lithium and those kind of commodities is that it's actually the juniors, typically British juniors, who go and find the deposit, take it to a resource, and then the Chinese come with almost like an open checkbook. And the development funds that come out of the UK and elsewhere, which would be the next natural home for a junior, are not quick enough. Because the Chinese go in there with a big checkbook and they just buy them all out. So that kind of partly leads into the answer to your question. Post the Britain moving out of the common market and with what they call MiFID development on the financial markets in the UK, is that raising money for exploration and all the way through to resource development is becoming more and more tricky because it is a high risk investment. People now are more looking towards Canada and Australia, probably more so Australia. But the risk appetite for mineral exploration is not what it actually used to be. So that first phase is difficult. And the second phase is actually even more difficult. And we often call that the orphan period, that once you've found something which is relatively small amounts of money compared to resource definition, pre-feasibility study and feasibility study, you've then got to raise a multiple, maybe 10 times or more that money to actually prove a deposit. And sometimes it isn't proven. Sometimes you don't get your bankable feasibility. You just get a feasibility. And that area of work is often the major obstacle in terms of development of projects. And aside from different thinking around geology, I think that's probably going to be one of the biggest obstacles to kind of trying to realize some form of energy transition.
Thank you, James. Siana, I'm going back to you now. And do you think we've got the geological skills and experience in South Africa and Southern Africa to explore for these minerals?
Yes, in fact, I think, of course, we need to accept that we're going to be looking at far less grades, and we're going to be looking at deeper deposits. In fact, the average from 1970, it was 1.8 of copper percentage. Now, 2021, we're looking at 0.7. So what it means, also, you're going to take out a lot of rock for you to get copper. But what is actually interesting about South Africa is that we do have the necessary skills geologists. And my observation has been that geologists, because of the cyclicity of the industry, actually move on to work in other sectors. But the skill in South Africa is there and in the continent. But also what is special about South Africa is that we have mined deeper deposits before. In fact, I've been privileged. I've participated in rock mechanics and mine seismicity. That's my background. So South Africa, by far, when it comes to deep and hard rock extraction, we are ahead of the rest. So I think that not just in exploration, but also in extraction, we're quite leading in dealing and extracting those resources. So I think we are well equipped in tackling those.
And I'm going to ask a question leading on to that, and anybody on the panel can take this one, or you can all give your opinion. Do you think, in terms of the support from the Council of Geosciences and the DMRE, that we've got the historical data, but do we have what it takes to get access to information and data and cutting off red tape to actually implement these projects? Because we're on a tight timeline here. Do you think the systems are in place from the regulatory side? And if not, what can we do to from the GSSA side, maybe, to put pressure on to make these things happen?
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a brilliant question. Nico. I happen to be a part of the board of Council for Geoscience, but I'm not speaking for them today, but I'll answer that. CGS has published and digitized a lot of information. I think it's freely available. 90% of the information is freely available for free. It's freely available 90%. So looking at maps, historical data, I think if you want to buy a borehole, it costs you 100 rand. And I think we must take advantage. There's been a lot of drilling program in South Africa. Firstly, the one of Kapval Kraton exploring for gold. I think Anglo was leading that. That information is available at Council for Geoscience boreholes. And I think there's been a lot of historical drilling, diamond, gold, and so I think there is access to information. I don't know whether people request for that information at Council for Geoscience. What we've seen actually, it's more engineers in infrastructure who request for data, because we actually can track. You state who you are, what you are requesting the data for, and you can then download it, or if you want boreholes, you request them. So we see more activities, interestingly, in engineering. So I don't know why is that?
James or Edel, yeah, you can go.
Yeah, let me just give a comment and then I'll
please.
Mine now.
Yeah.
Look, I think there's a lot of great data available. Unfortunately, we did go through a period that a lot of it was mismanaged and pilfered and all sorts of things. And there was a time that it wasn't easy to get data out of the council. I think it's got a hell of a lot better, and it is continually getting better. But I will also say this, I'm one of the biggest supporters of the country. The council needs to be supporting data. That helps. It absolutely helps. But you know what? There's so much intellectual property in this room of people that have worked on drill deposits. And I'll give Prieska as one of the classic examples. That was a brownfields project that had been closed and it had been handed back to the state by one of the major mining houses, one of the BEE mining houses. It took us 3 years to try and get the data out of them. The council data wasn't available at the council. For 3 years, we arm wrestled because they were trying to hold us to ransom to get that data. In the end, we said, guys, to hell with you. And we went and drilled it ourselves in 6 months. And we learned more than what I think they ever knew. So you can generate your own data. It is a massive step forward if it's immediately available. But it's got to be immediately available. Otherwise, you'd actually just go out and recreate the data at better quality than what it was created originally in 1960 or 1970.
I've got a slightly contrary view to this. As I mentioned, I work in Botswana and several other jurisdictions. And the system they have in Botswana is a very simple system, but it works actually a hell of a lot better than it is here. If you have a prospecting license, for example, here, you have to produce yearly compliance reports which focus 95% on environmental issues. In Botswana, it's not that way at all. You have to produce quarterly geological reports, and you have to store your data with the geological survey once you've reported it. And the environmental section is only 5%. And if, for example, you're soil sampling or doing geophysics, that's entirely appropriate because you're doing very little harm to the environment. So if I want to go and have a look at a potential area in Botswana, I can go to the geological survey and I can go and get all the quarterly reports written by all the operators going back over time. And it's legislated. If you don't submit your quarterly geological report, you lose your license. And you've got competent geologists actually looking at it. So that would, for me, and I don't sit on any of these committees, it's a really simple form of legislation. It works really well, and it's not kind of governed by some authority such as the Council for Geoscience. I also want to kind of chip in on the skill set as well.
Yeah, please do.
Very briefly, I think we could do a lot better. And why I say that is when I take on young geologists, even if they have a little bit of experience or straight from university, I find them too myopic on geology only. And I've challenged WITS and other universities on that. Why don't you have a proper school of mines?
I was very fortunate to graduate from the Royal School of Mines in London, where you did final year subjects in mining engineering, in metallurgy, mineral economics, and all of these other kind of subjects to make you employable. And when I was talking in Botswana the other day, they said, well, this is what we're now going to be doing, because we realize, we're producing good geologists, but they're not necessarily fit for business, fit for industry. Ditto for mining engineers, ditto for metallurgists. So there's no reason why someone like a Wits who have this, and I understand it's a political thing because the engineering department reports to somebody else aside from the science department, but cut through the politics, create a proper school of mines which produce kind of world-class people who are ready to actually go into the mineral industry.
James, I can't agree more. And maybe that's a message and a challenge out there to Wits, because I think they've got the ways and means to do it. And I fully agree. And Errol, your company went through establishing a mining school there in Northern Cape at the moment. Maybe you can tell us. And
not guilty. I wish we were. Look, I wish them all the best, and they are offering Camborne School of Mine classes, I understand, via a village in the Northern Cape. So it's great. Everything is a positive step. The reality is you need economy of scale. I was a product out of the old Wits Technikon. I hated half the courses that I was forced to do. You know what? Those are the only courses I use now. I had to do mining economics. I had to do environmental. I had to do, accounting. I had to do labor law. I had to do health and safety. I hated it. But by the time I was forced by Anglo-American to go back and get a degree, because they didn't recognize Wits Technikon. They said, okay, maybe you've got a brain, maybe you must go get a degree. By the time I had my degree, I was already MD of Clough, because I'd got the experience while I was training. So I'm absolutely behind it. Wits Technikon is now part of UJ. I don't know what's happened to it. Does it still exist? Is it still producing students? I don't know. What we do as a company, though, is we're trying to select people and we're sending them on vocational training, specific vocational training, so that they get appropriate skills. Because there's nothing worse than you take on these bright young students and they arrive there and they think they now own the world, and they can't recognize a mineral, and they actually can't get their hands dirty, and they want to be in mining, but nobody told them that it's a deep, dark world when you go underground, So there's a lot to learn, but we've got to get all the universities, I think, should be doing generalist courses and teaching economics and law, mining law, the things that we were speaking about earlier. I think it's a very important sort of thing. Why don't they get industry experts to come in and be guest lecturers and give a course on those things?
Yeah, I fully agree. And I've got quite a couple of comments to make quickly. And Errol, you're 100% right. I think with our age and experience where we are and the long mining history in South Africa, we know exactly what a geologist and a mining person need in his training to be out there. And I think universities maybe should take note of that we equip our people with all the skills that they need. What I picked up in my small business, there's a big need. The students come out from university, but they don't know how to do the job. They can't log in a pit. They don't know what to do underground. They can't even log a borehole. So I do a small core logging course just to train people how to do it properly. So the practical need out there, we don't have corporates that bring geologists in as a geologist in training, as I was brought up years ago in the old Glencore. We were working for 3 years in a training environment with a mentor, and we don't have that anymore. And I think that's a big lack. And so, I just want to get to another thing, and it's about maybe on the Council of Geoscience side. James, the thing about Botswana, and I think we can learn from our neighbors, I had first-hand experience in the system. You walk in there, you walk out with everything you want. What a pleasure. Yes, you do a bit of reporting, but it's great. The cadastral system that they're working on, hopefully that's going to be released from the DMR side. Maybe on the Council of Geoscience, we need something similar. That's online, that's available, that's easily accessible. And that's maybe something we can also think about. I just want to move on to the next question. And And do you guys think the current rate of exploration in South Africa is sufficient to discover these new minerals? And secondly, if we fail to discover these critical metals, what are we going to do?
I think we need to look at our decarbonization holistically. I think let's look at copper, for example. We would need to open 400 mines to produce copper in the next 10 to 15 years for us to meet net zero. I think that is impossible. That is not going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years. So I think we need to look at other means to see how we move to a net zero. I mean, there are efforts. I think there was a question earlier to look at still using fossil fuels. Now there's gas coming in. Exploration that we see offshore and offshore, onshore and offshore. And there is also a carbon capture and utilization. I think CGS is currently piloting with Sasol. So I think you have to look at all these sources to try and solve our net zero challenges. But to mine our way out would be extremely irresponsible.
But on that point, do you think that the Council of Geoscience, the DMRE, the investors, the developers, the mines, that there's a common working together with the same aim? Or is everybody just doing what they think's best?
No, I think we could improve in terms of collaboration. I think there is a need for cadastre. I mean, there is absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be able to check using our phones who holds these rights, whether this right has been expired, and what is happening to this ground. I think Council for Geoscience has made data available. You can even download it via your phone. The question is, how do we then come up with a cadastral system, overlay those data points so that whenever you click on that particular piece of land, you get information about the ownership. I think we are moving towards that direction, but we're taking forever. And I think that will also assist in terms of investors coming into the country, because investors want transparency. They want to know that whether their money is invested here, it is safe, and no one is going to come with some manga business later and say that they have these prospecting rights. I think that has been a biggest issue is the chaos that happens at regional offices when it comes to prospecting rights. And again, why does it have to take more than 2 years to apply for a prospecting right? It's ridiculous. I think that could be reduced maybe to 3 months, maximum 6 months. Why do we need to spend? I mean, we're talking about this Errol earlier. I had to leave to go and see lawyers. We spend more money running to lawyers than we're actually doing with exploration because of this cumbersome compliance and legislative framework. I think really we can cut half of that stuff and get to real exploration.
Yeah, I think the backlog at the DMR is a big stumbling block at the moment. And I think that's urgently needs to be cleared, because if there's a backlog and it still take 2 years, these projects just not going to get off the ground. Errol, you want to make?
Yeah, can I just get back to your previous question? I've got a slightly different take on what happens if we don't find these minerals. You know, it's a supply-demand market. If there's not enough mineral being produced, the demand is still there, the price goes up. The price goes up, the pay limit comes down. All of the wasted ore that's been left behind in periphery around all the mines that have already been mined and is sitting on tailings dams and the like, suddenly becomes viable. Secondly, a lot of the byproducts that were left in tailings dams now suddenly become viable. So I think there may be a little bit of a respite as a result of price. So somebody's going to pay the price downstream. So them being blind and not funding it now, they're going to pay for it in the future. And that's when we're going to harvest. But also substitution will happen. You know, Sarah, you were saying graphite. There's a reason why people are looking at an alternative, and they're looking at salt and all these batteries. They're looking at different battery technologies. Because if you can't deliver the input materials fast enough, you find another one. And there's massive capital investment going into this. And then thirdly, on the point of the grades have come down, there's a reason why grades have come down, is because mining and metallurgy has become more efficient. So Historically, these old copper mines used to get 75, 80% recovery. Now they get 90, 95% recovery. So that's already 15% more revenue. In the old days, they used to sell to refineries and smelters that used to pay 80 to 85%. Now you can get 95. In fact, you can get over 100% payment for a good quality concentrate. So your revenue line has changed completely, and that's why grade has been allowed to come down. So efficiency is going to be important, and I absolutely fundamentally believe that the change in the refining technologies that's rapidly happening around the world is going to play a big role. The old world of pyrometallurgy and these big belching, ugly, smoky refineries, metal refineries, that's going to be history. 15 years from now, people are going to be looking at hydrometallurgy and metal vapor technology, cleaner technologies, more efficient technologies, lower cost technologies, because those minerals that you were showing there for the critical minerals, it's not the same as the bulk requirement for copper tubing, copper pipe, copper rods, copper wire. That's one type of copper. The copper that makes money is the stuff in the electronics industry. That's high purity copper. You know that the iron in your cell phone costs more than the nickel in your cell phone, because it's a very special high purity iron that is used for 3D printing of circuitry and for microwave attenuation. It's different sets of minerals that are actually valuable in the future, and byproducts are going to become more important.
I think on that note, we need to take hands with the metallurgists and process engineers and look at dumps and reworking. And I think there's huge opportunity with new technology. And I think it, in terms of funding, the ESG funding and the green funding will actually give you money to get rid of that legacy and to turn it into viable products. Like at the story at Phalaborwa that's happening at the moment, which is a very good example in the rare earths. James, comment from you before we
just
close
a
down?
short one, because now Errol has said much of what I was going to say. If you go back to your very first slide, and you needn't actually do it, I think there's huge intellectual dishonesty about saying that we're going to get 40 times or whatever the number lithium in order to reach the sustainable development scenario. So I think there's a massive disconnect between what the politicians and lobbyists are basically saying in that area and the practical reality, which we've all discussed about the absence of funding. Now, I agree completely with Errol that prices will go up to actually complement it, or the substitution. I was at a very interesting talk in Gaborone the other day, where there's a young Motswana who's doing a PhD in Oxford on the application of diamond dust. And don't be surprised, for example, if all of your computers and all of your chips are made of diamond dust in the future. So I think, you know, there will be leading academic institutions around the world who will find different applications and different uses for material that's already available, rather than saying, oh, we need to mine 40 times more lithium. So I look at things like that. It's scaremongering. We will adapt. We're a very resilient kind of people, aren't we?
No, definitely. And I think there's technologies waiting to happen that will, the rate of technology and advancement is so quick. In 10 years' time, all those graphs would look different. And but that's the current situation. Maybe just to close off, and some last comments. What can we as professionals and the GSSA actually do to assist and deal with these burning questions, to take the country forward in terms of being out there and supplying these metals and minerals to the rest of the world, or even produce it ourselves, and not only export the ore, but to beneficiate it and sell batteries and not lithium?
I think that's a great question. I think we've been told that we must, as geoscientists and scientists, we must leave politics to politicians. And I think that's serious danger that we've done. I think we were engaging earlier with a risk that perhaps as geoscientists, we must enter these debates, provide science, provide direction. I mean, it took us a while, for me at least, to see a piece well written by a professor from the US explaining that what people are talking about is nonsense, is not going to happen because there is physical limitation in terms of exploration and extraction. And of course, there are other technologies that will need to come in to compensate for that gap. So I think that it's about time that we look beyond talking to ourselves here. Perhaps we make representations in parliament where people make laws, and we make representations in spaces that make decisions in government, in the executive arm. So I think there is a room for GSSA to participate perhaps in some form of advisory at a DMRE point of view and minerals council. So I think we've been obsessed with talking to ourselves. We need to come out and engage the public and of course influence the discourse in the public, and of course using science as a tool for development. Thank you.
Thanks. I can't agree more. Yeah, unfortunately, as geologists, we've never been good at marketing and business. So I think that's where we need to go. Errol, no comments?
Can't support that more. That's exactly it. I think it's time to do a toy and on the steps of Parliament, burn it down again. But a lot of people like, Steve McCourt, you're sitting there hiding your face. Last night you were telling me you were looking for something to do. I've got an idea for you.
I think these two are great ideas. I support them. I've got maybe an add-on to that if we want to discover more deposits, what research tells us is that 60 to 70% of world's deposits at the moment are discovered by juniors. So how are we going to grow the junior industry? When we go to the junior mining industry, I'm not sure if Errol classifies as a junior anymore, probably a mid-tier or something like that. But anyway, there are very, very few juniors in South Africa, but you're still big. But the very, very few juniors, there are even fewer listed juniors in the region. So how do you change that? Aside from the great comments my colleagues have mentioned, is one of the things I've thought about and I've presented on is that we've got a very, very active incubation, a technology incubating sector in Stellenbosch that does really well. Look how well Naspers has done. We've got you look how well Silicon Valley has done in technology, etc. Why don't we create a junior mining incubator? I belong to one. It's called the 162 Group. It's spawned about a dozen different companies out of a very small office in Ireland, probably a tenth the size of this particular room, where you have a mixture of corporate, technical, and fundraising skills together, and actually give birth to these juniors. And it's not something that has to be bureaucratized. That's the worst thing that you can do. But try and put this grouping together. It can be ad hoc, and then go out and start mentoring and creating the next step of junior entrepreneurs. We're both getting on a little bit now, but it'd be nice to see some really younger folk getting into this kind of junior business and making those discoveries.
Great, thanks, James. Do anyone, just as closing remarks from the panel, and then if we've got time, can we take maybe 2 or 3 questions from the floor? Okay, great stuff.
I'll just make one last comment. For me, South Africa, it simply comes down to one thing. We've got to tackle the challenge. And the challenge is regulations. If the regulations get solved, then we'll get the money and we can do the exploration. The skill set is here, or the core of the skill set is here. We'll expand it again. We've got to get those regulations right. So we've got to tackle the core of the problem, and it's not geological.
And just to add, we are already organized. So usually politicians like people who are organized. So we're already organized by GSSA, so we can be listened to. But just to make a closing remarks, I think to go back on the first question on the supports, I think there is a strategic direction that CGS has taken. Government has allocated more funds, so they're going to be acquiring new data and they're going to be making it available as they acquire that new data. And also there is finally the commitment, and I think maybe in early as next year, you'll see a fund that is going to be functioning to support the juniors. It's called Exploration Fund that in partnership with ITC, they're going to be starting to assist juniors. But I agree with Errol. I think that could help if it happens under a reduced regulatory environment.
Thanks, Yana. James?
My chairman's got a very good saying. He says, a dollar is an orphan. It will find its way home. If we make ourselves sufficiently attractive in this country, debureaucratize, simplify, you'll find the money flowing in.
I can't agree more. Great. Thanks, panel. Are there any questions from the floor? I think we've got time for a couple of burning questions.
Yeah, I just want to say that when I left varsity and I went to look for a job, I knew nothing. And I don't think one should hold it against a lot of the students that they actually don't know much of the practical ins and outs in exploration. But I had a mentor. I had a boss who actually told me to go out into the field, and if I had problems, to get back to him, threw reports back at me until they were correct. So what I'm trying to say is we don't have enough mentors. The mentors have all gone. There's a gap. There's a gap between the youngsters and mentorship and bringing people into the system in a practical manner. And somehow I think that's also due to the regulation. That needs to actually be done away with. It needs to be a freer environment for employment and for basically to help geologists.
Thanks for that. Yes, no, but I just want to, yeah, and I'll come back to you now. I fully agree with that. And maybe as a GSSA, they should look at a mentorship program in some sort of way. You've got one, but how active is it?
Last week, we got an award at a ceremony involving our active mentorship program. Through our relationship with SACNASP, over the last 5 years, the GSSA has had a minimum of 10 mentorship pairs, which we provide access to all of the GSSA events, provide transport, accommodation, the whole 9 yards, with mentors who are both local and international. On our website, we have a special page dealing with mentorship and mentorship programs. Please, everybody, tell that to your employees, show it to them, help them get involved as mentors, as mentees. We'd love to have them as we can expand the whole program. Also on that, just like to highlight the fact that there are a number of corporate activities, various companies, smaller companies, larger companies, the GSSA as well, that does provide or is trying to provide programs to help young people become more employable. We've specifically got the introduction to drilling event, which is free to all comers, so that juniors, specifically orientated towards juniors, people who have just left university, who wouldn't know what a core was if it hit them over the head. And we try and take them through the entire process of how to log, what it means, how you deal with your data, and so forth. There's a long way to go. There's still so much that needs to be done, but there are people out there who are trying to start this from the ground up.
Tanya, thank you for that. I think we should really communicate that to, I'm not sure you might have done, to the big corporate companies and get sponsorships involved from their side as well. James, but you had a comment on this.
Yeah, I think it's a soft thing. It's around expectation management. Now, every year I host a group of final year students from an unnamed university. And on more than one occasion, a few of the young students or their honors, they're graduating with honors in a month or two's time, have come to me and said, when we're your age, we don't want to be doing what you're doing. And they preface it saying, we don't want to be rude. And I said, well, what do you want to be doing? there's like a pregnant pause. No, we want to be sitting in Joburg in an air-conditioned office. And I said, why on earth are you being geologists or want to be a geologist? And then they said, would you use us if we were a consultant? I said, no. I said, I need consultants who know a lot more about specific things than I do. And they said, what do you suggest? Minimum 10 years in the field or on a mine. And then secondly, never lose your field craft. And I think those are some, I think there's quite a bit of education and expectation management required around people as they're kind of graduating, because they get degrees from a great university, and then, you know, they don't want to put in those hard kind of yards to get to be in the kind of positions that we're in, where investors actually then trust you with money, their money, because they know that you're going to spend it wisely because you've got the experience and credibility to do the work.
Exactly. I must say, I miss going underground every day. So, but burning question there from Zianda.
No, just a comment. I think we must be careful that we do not necessarily push away the upcoming talent. I think we must recognize that times have changed. Also, we need to compete for talent. We need to make certain things different from your own historical experience. And I think we must not force young people into experiences that even they were not nice for you. So I think we must find ways to attract talent. And this is the danger of geology, by the way, that the numbers at Wits University of School of Geosciences have reduced significantly. What it means is that the future of geology is threatened. And if we continue doing things the way we continue doing things, there won't be geologists in the future. So we think we must be extremely careful with how we actually treat young people as if they are useless. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Okay. Great. And Errol?
Yeah,
last comment.
I'm going to get back to my harping about regulation again. You know, and it was a discussion we were having over a beer last night. We try a lot to bring in interns and students, and that it's something that I'm passionate about. I try to do. But you know, for us now, it costs about 10,000 Rand before an intern or a student sets foot on our site. On legal preparation, you've got to buy them PPE, you've got to put them through what's the whole red card or whatever it's called now, medical clearance. They've got to go through the whole induction program. Now, on top of it, with this new Trackless Mobile Machinery Act that's come in, every single person has to wear a transponder. Those transponders cost about 75,000 Rand a piece. Your self-rescuer that every single person has to wear, 50,000 Rand a piece. It costs too much to get a student to go show him what a rock looks underground. We can't take 20, 30 students. Like when I was a student, the mines used to take us and we go see these things. It's almost impossible now to take a group of 10 or 20 students underground.
Yeah.
So there are, again, it's these bloody regulatory challenges that are getting in the way.
Good. Thank you very much. I think we ran out of time. Thanks to the panel. I think it was very informative. I think we can carry on for 2 hours on this discussion, but maybe a lot of this can continue over beers, and maybe the fellows can have a good discussion with that as part of their dinner. But thank you for everybody, and thank you for your contribution.